Moonstruck by Mark Ferret Molenhoff. 3:01. I groggily get up and reach for my phone on the charger. Having been asleep for about 45 minutes, I was slightly peeved. Thankfully, my boyfriend is still asleep, since he will be up in a couple of hours for work anyway. Looking at my phone, I see an emergency message stating, "Attention, do not look at the moon for any reason." My first thought is, why the hell is this being sent out as an emergency message? I look down the notification listing on my lock screen. Facebook has blown the fuck up with notifications just in the last 30 minutes. Hundreds of notifications and shares. Even Twitter has been going nuts. I see notifications from Facebook Messenger and even text messages, both from numbers known and unknown. 30 seconds later, my boyfriend's phone goes off. I move quickly to silence his phone. Free from the burdens of social media, he is missing out on notifications, but he also has numerous text messages from people we collectively know, and from unknown senders. As I am looking back at my phone, Rusty starts to awaken, having heard the piercing screech of the emergency message. He looks over and sees me with a puzzled look on my face. "What's wrong?" "I don't know," I reply. "My phone woke me up and there's this message saying to not look at the moon. I also have notifications from Twitter and Facebook, as well as text messages from over 50 people, prodding me to look outside. What a beautiful night out it is." Waking up a little more, Rusty starts to sit up, picking up his phone. He sees that he has a missed call from his brother Michael and starts to dial his number. Just as he's about to hit the call button, my phone starts ringing. My sister, Virginia, is calling me. I know she's usually still up, as she's one of the worst night owls I've ever met. I answer, knowing something bad is happening. I say with a hint of worry in my voice, "Virginia, what's wrong?" Anxiety already settled into her voice. Virginia blurts out, "Oh my God, Dean, you picked up, thank you. Have you heard about what's going on? I was playing my game when the power went out. I looked down at my phone and saw a whole bunch of Facebook notifications about the moon, and then got the emergency alert demanding we stay inside. I don't know what's happening." She rushes. I can tell she's barely able to contain her panic. "Okay, sis, calm down. I just woke up, so let me get my bearings. For now, stay away from the windows. Go ahead and wake Mom up, let her know what's going on, and I'll call you back as soon as I know anything." I try to be reassuring, but it's kind of hard over the phone. Hopefully Mom will be able to calm her down. "Hey, I love you," I tell her, hoping it helps to calm her down. "I love you too," she nervously mumbles back, and hangs up the phone. Looking over, Rusty is still on the phone, and from the sounds of things, he's talking about the same thing. I start to scroll through social media and news sites trying to figure out what's going on. I am afraid to look outside, not knowing what it is I will see. In that moment, an eerie feeling dawns on me. Where there has always been an underlining calm but consistent buzzing in the air, it was now absent. There are absolutely no noises coming from outside. Not even the sounds of bugs or wildlife are present. I notice that our fan is not on. The low hum of the television and the refrigerator are gone. It is never this quiet in our house at night. We had to have lost power, I think to myself. Looking at my phone screen, I am thankful that my phone reads full battery and that I have charged up my backup battery recently. I open Google to see if there are any news postings on the home feed. As I'm looking, Rusty gets off the phone. Michael says that something weird is happening outside his neighborhood. There are a whole bunch of people standing there, looking up at the sky. He reaches for the TV remote, but nothing happens when he hits the power button. "Don't bother," I say. The power's out. I continue looking through the news feeds. Just then, Rusty starts to go for the door. As he unlocks it, I look up and say, "Don't. Let's see what we can find out first before we expose ourselves to whatever is out there." I click on a local news posting. The Post and Courier headline reads, "Killer Skies." Locals are currently baffled by a strange phenomenon in the skies tonight. Current reports state that citizens who have braved the outside are finding people either laying in the streets, seemingly dead, or just standing there, gazing into the unknown. Around 2:35 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, people reportedly started sending and receiving messages via text and social media about the beauty of the moon. Considering the moon set around 2:08 a.m., something else has drawn the attention of the populace. If you find anyone standing outside, it is advised by officials at this time to leave them alone, as they are reportedly becoming agitated and aggressive when moved. They also advise to stay indoors and away from windows. Covering any access to the outside is also advised at this time, blocking any view of the skyline. This is a developing story and will be updated when information becomes available. As I finish reading, I look at Rusty and see concern cross his face. Call your brother and warn him to stay away from the windows. I'll call Virginia and tell her the same. As I punch the next to last digit, we hear a loud explosion which sounds like it came from down the road. Thankfully, the windows didn't blow in. Shit, yells Rusty. He starts to reach for the door again, and I forcefully blurt out, "No! There's nothing we can do right now. If we go outside, even to look, we may become affected. I'll call 911, you call Michael, then call your parents." I proceed to call 911, and the line is busy. Considering everything that is happening tonight, it's no surprise. Still, not a great thought. I can only hope that no one was injured in that explosion. I call Virginia and my heart drops. Mom was asleep, but Dad was not, and he's nowhere in the house. I can't find him, she tells me frantically. Don't look outside. Stay away from the windows and doors and try to call him. Make sure Mom stays inside, I tell her. I tried that already, but it just goes straight to voicemail. I can tell she's starting to lose it. Virginia, I say sharply, I need you to calm down. Take Mom into the bedroom and stay there. Rusty and I will be there when we can. We'll find Dad, but right now, you and Mom need to stay safe. We will be there shortly. Thank the gods my brain kicks in when something happens. I slip into emergency mode like a professional. After the call, I start to have a little breakdown as plans start to settle into place. I never thought I would be as grateful as I am now. Rusty finishes his phone call and hugs me as I finish my cry. No words, just love and support. After I clean myself up a bit, he moves to the clothes pile and starts to get dressed. How are we going to get there without looking at the skyline? He asks. The thought had crossed my mind when I was having my mini breakdown. You have 2 broad-brimmed hats. We'll keep the brim low so all we see is the street ahead of us, so we can avoid anyone or anything in the road. We'll also take it very slow, since we won't be able to see that far ahead. We only need to worry about one bridge, so if we're lucky, nothing will be on it to get in our way, I explain. Thinking it over, he nods his head and says, It's as good a plan as any. After we finish dressing, we look around to make sure we don't need anything else. My eyes wander over to the washer in the corner where we keep the firearms, Frau and Igor, and the ammo boxes. Just to be on the safe side, I want to bring them along. With everything going on tonight, I'd feel a lot safer having something with a little bite to keep things at bay if things get hairy, I say to Rusty. He looks at me and replies, That was happening anyway, but at least we're on the same page. We load a couple of clips for the rifles and grab our knives from between the mattress and futon. I look over where Thor and Loki, our ferrets, are in their cage, looking longingly at us. With all the commotion of the last half hour, I'm not surprised we have their attention. Gods, has it only been 30 minutes? Feels like we've been going on for hours already, I think to myself. Time moves so much different in moments of stress, turmoil, and chaos. We'll be back, boys, I say as we walk to the door. I hope. We grab the hats off the pegs on the wall. They are the type that have the snaps on the sides to give the Aussie look on either side. We make sure they are not snapped, pull the brims as low as we can, allowing ourselves some sort of visual, and leave the apartment. I look around as Rusty locks the door, and the surrealness starts to set in. Across the marsh there is a fire raging from one of the houses over there. I can only imagine what happened to cause the explosion. I whisper a little prayer to whomever is listening that no one was hurt. As we start to walk toward the Jeep, the motion sensor light from apartment D comes on, and we see someone standing in the front yard. It's our neighbor, Alex. He's just standing there, not moving. It doesn't even look like he's breathing. His head is pointed up like he's looking at the stars. I'm tall enough I can look at his eyes without looking up. I stagger back from what I see. Unbelievingly. Rusty catches me before I trip. "Let's go," I stammer. Hurriedly jogging towards the Jeep, I grab his arm. "You take shotgun, just in case we need to shoot our way through anything on the way over." I begin to pull out of the lot, keeping my eyes low so I don't see anything of the sky. This early in the morning, traffic is non-existent, but the streets are not empty. There are tons of people standing in the street, looking up at the sky, seemingly oblivious to anything around them, not moving, just standing there. Bodies litter doorways, sidewalks, and parking lots. There are even some hanging out of windows or laying crumpled at the base of some of the buildings, looking as if they jumped or fell from the windows. We must get to my family. As I navigate around the frozen entities in the road, Rusty asks me what I saw when I looked at Alex. "The impossible," I nervously mumble. I don't know what fucking happened, but his eyes were missing. "What?" he exclaims incredulously. He grips Frau as the horror of what is happening really starts to set in. Having seen what I just saw with Alex, I grab my phone, tears in my eyes, and begin calling my other siblings. "Dean, what the hell, dude? Do you know what time it is?" my brother Joseph says irritatingly. "Hold on," I say. "I'm going to add Kristen in on this," and I start to get our baby sister on the line. Thick with sleep, Kristen answers. "Hello?" I proceed to tell them everything that I've seen and read. I tell them I am on my way to Mom and Dad's and that they need to make sure everyone at their place is away from the windows and safe inside. I'm thankful that I can get in touch with them and get them all inside and safe. I need to get Virginia and Mom. That's all that matters right now. Where the hell did my father go? I think to myself. Exiting the neighborhood, I see some of the carnage that was missing closer to our house. There are cars that have gone off the road and into businesses and others that have hit the light posts on the side of the road. There are even a few head-on collisions, bodies through windshields and hanging out of doors. I feel like I've entered a survival horror game or movie, only this time, instead of great special effects, I know that I see actual blood and charred flesh. Some streets are not as packed. The moonstruck haven't made it out in all areas. I must keep an eye out for the other vehicles that dot the road. Just as we get to the North Bridge, I start to go even slower. There isn't anyone on the bridge. Not now, at least. "Remember," I say to Rusty, "keep your eyes down. The dangerous part is the sides and crest of the bridge. I don't know if whatever did this is still out here, so we need to make sure our eyes are fixed on the road." I start to slowly proceed over the bridge. After we crest the bridge, we see a pile of cars has skidded into the marsh. It's always been a problem when it rains, and now is no exception. There is a car hanging off the edge of the bridge on our side, having breached the guardrail. There was also a collision in the middle of the bridge. I can't pass without hitting one of the vehicles. I slowly nudge the cars in the middle. It takes a few minutes, but I finally edge my way past. As I proceed down to the other side of the bridge, I find it easier to continue down the road. What normally takes 8 minutes to get to my parents' house has turned into a 48-minute crawl, and I am only 3/4 of the way there. I'm almost grateful that it is so late or early in the morning. This would have been impossible if this happened during daylight hours. I look over at Rusty. He is keeping a watchful, yet careful eye out. No one else seems to be out and about right now. The only things I must worry about are the moonstruck in the road. And I have 2 more areas to go. Taking the back way, I know I'll have to deal with more people, but taking the ramp to the highway is too great of a risk because of the exposed skyline. My knuckles are white as I grip the steering wheel, and they're aching. I flex my fingers to get the blood flowing back to them. I get to the light after the bridge and look around carefully. Still no sign of anyone else on the roads. Just the occasional car in a ditch or wrapped around a traffic light. No one seems to be standing in the streets, but I know that's about to change when I go through the next neighborhood. It doesn't take long before the moonstruck are littered everywhere. Entering the residential areas, I was expecting to see more. I only hope I can get around them without seriously injuring anyone. Flashing back to Alex's gaping eye sockets, I shudder. I continue down the road slowly until I get to Harrison Avenue. It's the straightest possible course to my parents' neighborhood. I approach Harrison and see a line of people in the road just before the tree cover. To avoid them, I must drive into someone's yard to avoid hitting them. Darker under the trees, it is harder to avoid obstacles on the ground. I begin to feel some resistance as I try to drive forward. After a few seconds, it gives way, almost as if I'm driving through mud. I look out the driver's side window at the ground and feel bile rising into the back of my throat. A small, childlike body, maybe 12 years old, is now behind my front tire. I had to just run over somebody's baby. My hands start to shake on the steering wheel. Rusty grabs my arm, scaring the hell out of me. "What's wrong?" he asks. I just shake my head and press down on the gas to continue moving forward, ignoring the second bounce, silently crying. The canopy of trees overhead calms me down a little, and I take a moment to breathe. Navigating this house of horrors has been exhausting, and I remember that I only had 45 minutes of sleep. Something tells me it'll be a while longer before I may find the opportunity to rest. I run into another small clump of people, not nearly as tight as previous streets, but still just as immovable. We pass within a foot of a few of them, and still get no response. It is truly an eerie sight, seeing these people in numerous states of dress or undress, some even naked, and no reaction to our presence. I am reminded of watching Night of the Living Dead, and the only difference is that these people, very zombie-like, are not moving. It's almost creepier because it's almost like they're waiting for something. We exit the neighborhood. The entrance to my parents' neighborhood is just 500 feet down the road. There are no cars here, but there are a few more moonstruck. My curiosity runs amok at what their eyeless faces could possibly be looking at, or for, but I throttle down the urge. I need to get home. Quite a few more of them are littered throughout the area. Bodies are laying everywhere just like around our place. It seems that a small percentage of people are just straight up killed outright. Maybe the stress of losing their eyes is the cause. I'm 5 minutes from the house at my current speed. I want to go faster, but I don't want to hurt anyone in the way. Rusty is keeping an eye out, but thankfully, it is just people standing, doing nothing but staring without the tools to see anything. I turn onto my parents' street. There are only a couple of easily avoidable people here. My heart begins to beat as I see a familiar figure standing in the middle of the road. I pull into the driveway and run up to my father, tears in my eyes. I know that I can't touch him, but I call his name to see if he registers anything around him. "Jonathan," I plead, "wake up!" There's no response. Rusty grabs me by the wrist just before I touch him. He reminds me. They become aggressive. I nod and turn to walk to the house. Where is the neighbor's dog? Did they bring him in for the night? I notice that my sister's and mother's dogs don't bark as I open the gate. Something has them spooked, which means we're still in danger. Or does this thing affect animals as well? As I climb the stairs to get to the porch, something in the air changes. It's almost as if the world was holding its breath and slowly let it out in a gentle sigh. I reach for the door and open it. I start to close the door and look down at my phone. It's 4:59 a.m. It has taken us an hour and a half to drive 8 minutes up the street. Just as I shut the door and call out to Mom in Virginia, all hell breaks loose. 5 o'clock. A blood-curdling shriek pierces the eerie morning silence. I hurriedly lock the front door and tell everyone to get upstairs. Considering the narrow staircase, it's the most easily defensible position in the house. Virginia has Molly, her Pomeranian, in her arms, and Mom's chow mix, Flip-Flop, is right at her heels as they start heading up the stairs. Rusty follows them with me right behind him. Time does not permit me to worry about Dad. He is part of this, and I will protect Mom and Virginia from him. Please don't come back in here. My foot hits the first step and I hear a slam from the back of the house and a shatter of glass. Fuck, I didn't check the back door. With my heart in my throat, I listen for other sounds, malicious and benign. There is a shuffling coming from the rear of the house, along with a wet, snorting sound. Something is sniffing the air and its sounds stuck in their throat. Rusty, Virginia, and Mom are only halfway up the stairs. The sound of feet meeting metal draws the staggering thing closer. Through the light of the kitchen, I see the source of the snorting. The once clean, empty eye-socketed creature appears, now with blood pouring from those same sockets. What was once a horrible sight becoming even more grotesque. The snorting was this macabre creature sniffing something out through its own blood. I raise Igor and take aim. The sound of the others going up the stairs becomes a beacon. With a bloody bark, it springs forward with incredible speed. The .22 caliber bullet finds its target in the open mouth of its moonstruck victim. Its howl is cut short as the bang from the rifle in a tiny space makes my ears ring. Now deafened, I quickly run to the back and close the door, locking it so we don't receive another unwanted visitor. At least, from that direction. I get upstairs and Virginia and Mom are hiding in a bedroom on the right. Rusty stands at the top of the stairs vigilantly watching as I excuse myself past him into the other bedroom. As my hearing starts to return, I am piloted by nausea and vertigo. I barely make it to the back corner of the room before I throw up last night's dinner. Bile has a tendency of doing that. I have never taken a life before, and I wasn't sure if this counted, but to me, it was close enough. I clean off my mouth and head back to the landing with Rusty. Non-stop screaming comes through the windows from outside. It is the ragged screams of the truly terrified, who have awoken into a nightmare that they thought they left behind in their dreamscapes. There are occasional pops of a handgun and the bang of something bigger, but the screams are the only constant. I stand on the landing and keep an eye on the front door and porch window. If someone wanted to get in, it would be the easiest way. The lock would hold, but the window is such a breakable entry point. Who knows if these things that used to be statues have any reasoning capability? I think of those that had no chance. If people slept through the emergency signal that was sent 2 hours ago, has it really only been 2 hours? It sounded like everyone who had been moonstruck all screamed at the exact same time. So loud, even the deaf could have felt it, if not outright heard it. Cutting through even my own deafening heartbeat, my chest heaves. Anxiety completely overrides my body. The front door shakes as if a great weight is forced upon it. The door handle rattles, showing someone, or something, is trying to use it to get in. The deadbolt holds fast, stopping whomever is on the other side. I see a hand on the window behind my father's chair. The hand turns into a fist, draws back, and slams through the glass pane. Attached to the fist is the rest of the arm, torso, and body. The creature ignores any cuts it receives as it comes completely through the double-pane window. I can only assume the shot of the rifle grabbed its attention, which means more are on the way, and worse, my father. Looking up, I see my sword my parents got me when I was doing medieval reenactment hanging from the wall. I grab it, slowly drawing it from its scabbard. The good times with my replica of the Sword of Zorro are stripped away. Even without much of an edge, the point makes a useful weapon. Rusty is behind me when the window explodes. His touch on my back makes me jump, causing the hilt of the sword to hit the railing. Now inside, the bloody creature below me freezes and, with incredible speed, races toward the stairs. I bring the sword to bear. Luckily, the monstrous body trips on the first couple of stairs, navigating blindly, trying to sense the source of the noises it heard. Gripping the sword in my right hand, I bend over the landing railing and try to stab the creature through the top of its head. I miss the first time and hit the handrail, causing it to pause for a moment. This allows me to adjust my aim. I stab at the top of its head again, but my thrust doesn't have weight behind it, so I don't pierce its skull. It flinches back in pain and howls before scrambling up the stairs again. I wait for it to come into reach before stabbing it through its throat and pinning it to the wall behind it. I pull the sword out of the wall, and the corpse slides off the blade and flops down the metal stairs. Each time it lands on a step, a low, bell-like tone comes from the stairs that reverberates through my body and can definitely be heard from the road. If we happen to survive this will be a scene that will haunt me for days, months, or years to come. If not forever. I still hear screams from outside, but it has become less intense and harder to hear. Heading for the bedroom, I tell Mom and Virginia, "It's time to go. We have drawn too much attention, and it would probably be best to stay moving at this point." Rusty agrees. We have dealt with 2 of the Moonstruck, and more could be on the way. I give my sword to Mom. She's not young anymore, but she could still be able to swing it if the occasion calls. Exhaustion is setting in. The adrenaline that's been coursing through my body is starting to drain from my system, and I didn't get a whole lot of sleep before this nightmare began. Though I can feel a building flood of emotions starting to rise, I quash them, knowing we are not out of the woods yet. In this moment of calm, Mom asks, "What the hell is going on? Virginia wakes me up. We can't find your father. I'm told not to look outside, and something came into the house like it was looking for blood. Your sister is 2 steps from having a nervous breakdown, and you 2 have the look of being haunted. And where the hell is Jonathan?" I explain to her what I know. How something outside either kills you outright, or your eyes disappear and you become one of those moonstruck. I tell her about the text messages and social media notifications circulating, luring people outside, the emergency message that woke me up, the drive over, unable to stop myself. I tell her all of it. I stop at Dad. I pause, contemplating what to say to this woman who's been married to my father for over 40 years. She sees the look on my face as I try to find the words. She reaches out a hand and grips my arm. "It's okay. I can see it on your face. You don't need to say anything else," she whispers quietly. "You kids are my only current priority." A single tear rolls down her face. I want to be a little kid again and crawl into her arms and have her make the monsters go away. I have always known my mother to be strong, mentally and emotionally. In this moment, it reminds me of that strength I have always admired about her. She walks back to Virginia, who is starting to audibly break down. Mom takes Virginia into her arms and cradles her, trying her best to comfort her daughter during this time of utter darkness and sadness. Both dogs huddle next to her, leaning on her to give their own form of comfort. I make my way downstairs to move the body from the bottom landing, dragging it to the other body in the dining room. I find a cover to throw over both bodies. I tell everyone when it's safe to come down and we start to head for the back room. It's been quiet in the back of the house since locking it. I figure these things must have some reasoning ability to think to use a window if the door is locked. Suddenly, I hear a pounding on the door as the others make their way down the stairs to the back room. I motion them to hurry as the glass of the door shatters. One or more of them have come to find where the noises are coming from. Still keeping his eyes down and covered with his hat, Rusty quickly looks around and finds the backyard empty. It's still dark out, and we don't know if whatever did this is still out there. Mom and Virginia keep their eyes down and have a hand on Rusty's shoulder so he can lead them to the Jeep. Molly is in Virginia's arms, and Flip-Flop is keeping pace with Mom. I shut the back door to keep those things off us for just a few more moments and follow them. As I start to pass through the gates, a loud, guttural scream echoes above me as I feel something heavy fall on me. A blindingly explosive pain spreads between my neck and shoulder. Instantly, nausea and vertigo ravage my body and something else. I cannot help but cry out as I feel as if my neck is being shredded from my body. Simultaneous fire and ice rush through my face, my lungs, my veins. I cannot stop crying out. As sound and thought start to vacate everything I know, I look up to see my mother, Igor to her shoulder, screaming, "Jonathan!" The tearing at my shoulder, and time, as I know it, freeze for just a moment when Igor barks. I feel the presence next to my head disappear as bone, blood, and brain simply cease to exist. The body slumps down on top of me, gaining a lifelessness and a serenity that it lacked before. It's amazing how different 247 pounds feels when the only difference between the before and after is the spark of presence being gone. I feel arms grab either side of me and rush me to somewhere. I blink. I feel someone holding my head in their lap, pressing something warm and wet to my neck. I look out the window and realize that pre-dawn has given way to full dawn, and the light around us is gradually brightening. I can hear a female crying and another female talking with a male, loudly, but I still can't make out what they're saying. I feel I should know the names attached to those voices, but all I know is the cold seeping into my body, from the tips of my fingers to the bottom of my toes. I look outside, and I see a cloudless sky. Still a hint of star here and there, but it looks to be the start of a beautiful day. I close my eyes because I am so very tired. I only got 45 minutes of sleep last night. I just wish it wasn't so cold.
The Faithful by David O. Hanlon.
How long has it been since the gods answered a prayer? Rayburn Halsey checked his watch. It was still on Mars time and had been for 37 years since the flight began. More than 6 hours, that's for sure. For thousands of years, every culture on Earth reported interactions with gods, and then, one day, they just stopped talking to us. Go to your room, creation. You're grounded. Maybe we had it coming. Halsey sipped the juice packet and stared at the planet on his monitor. Swirling clouds obstructed any view of the surface, just as they had since their arrival. He tapped his fingers nervously on the console. Pilot Amber Mitchell deployed on the surface of Baron 117 exactly 5 hours ago. According to our most recent calculations, we have less than 26 weeks of supplies. There are 19 planets and 37 moons in the quarantine zone. That's not counting 4 outlying planetoids. Historical records are shady, to say the least. 500 years will do that. We must take the chance that whatever our forebears were afraid of didn't cover the entire system. It's illogical to even think it could. The door dilated behind him, and Mike Delane leaned in. Any word from Mitchell? Halsey flicked off the flight recorder. Preliminary numbers look good. It's cold, but above freezing. The atmosphere is breathable for the most part. Helium levels are a little higher, oxygen a little lower, so I want helmets on. I'm adjusting the ship's gravity slowly to match the surface numbers. I don't want anyone face-planting as soon as we hit the ground. Does that mean we're going? Delane's question was strained with uncertainty. Got any other ideas? We're still 13 months from our destination. We have a hold full of colonists that need to properly defrost. If we wait any longer, we're not going to have the supplies to do that. I'm not murdering 2,000 people because something went wrong out here during the dark age of space. Records show 3 planets and 2 moons were affected by the incident, but that's about all we've got to go on. It literally says the incident, with no further information. A lot of records were lost during the war. People rushed to save our history and our art and forgot about things like NASA communication records. Delane shook his head and sighed. Kind of wish that they were the other way around right about now. I mean, whatever it was made them quarantine an entire solar system, and we're smack dab in the middle of it all. But hey, Delane clapped his hands together. At least I saw that Warhol painting of some soup cans. Yeah, Halsey stretched in his seat. I'm gonna start waking the rest of the crew. Prep the dropship. We're going down to help Amber establish a landing zone. We're not even waiting for them to wake up? You want to sit here for another 36 hours babysitting popsicles? We need to get down there and make sure we have a place to set down. The Eden module flies a little better than a dog in a jetpack, so I want to make sure we have a very wide margin for error. Sure thing. Delane walked outside into the corridor and turned back. Hey, Rayburn? Yeah? Do you think anyone will ever find us? The automated door closed before Halsey could tell him, no. Maybe gods did still answer prayers. The dropship rocked on its landing struts. Halsey and Delane watched through the view screen as the orange-brown dust settled and gave them their first clear view of the planet. There were tall, wide, coniferous trees spaced hundreds of yards apart. Yellow, egg-shaped cones sprouted from branches high above in nests of feathery chartreuse leaves. Great, tentacle-like roots tore up from the ground around them and joined together like a massive web. Each of the thick roots stood out of the dirt, 2 feet wide at their narrowest point, and 10 closest to the trunk. Well, looks like we have plenty of room to put the Eden down. No way we're using rovers with those roots, though. Delane looked over his shoulder at the six-wheeler. I was really looking forward to something going smoothly. Halsey unclipped his harness and laughed softly. Del, has it occurred to you that being stranded on a deserted planet is things going smoothly? That's depressing. Delane removed his restraints and crawled into the cargo hold with the rover. Halsey squeezed through after him. That was a re-entry vehicle that struck us. I played back the recording 30 times. Just some antique space junk that drifted into our lane. That kind of thing shouldn't happen, especially not out here. The odds of surviving it are even slimmer. I know, Rayburn. We're alive. And we shouldn't be. Maybe I should count us lucky, but I'm having a real hard time with that right about now. You know what I'm saying? I do. Helmet on. We're burning daylight. Both men fastened their helmets into place on the aluminum rings of their atmospheric suits and proceeded through the smaller side door of the ship. Halsey stepped out first and let his legs adjust fully to the gravity before taking a few tentative steps forward. Delane joined him and stretched, shaking his head as he did. The roots of the trees provided a constant obstacle as they advanced forward. That cloud coverage is really something. Halsey watched the citrine sky swirl and then checked his wrist-mounted tablet. We're almost a quarter of a mile south of Amber's lander. Strange. Not really. Those clouds could really obscure a signal, Delane reassured him. Not that. Amber's moving to the east for some reason. He swiped a finger across the screen and sent the image over to his partner. A red blip moved across the screen with an ever-growing number above it. She's moving at a pretty good clip. The navigational officer looked at the screen carefully, then up at the wild expanse of towering trees and rising, sweeping roots. How's she moving that fast across this terrain? That's a damn good question, Del. Want to hear a better one? Delane nodded, slowly, hesitantly. Shoot. Why is she moving that fast across this terrain? Halsey unhooked the rifle from his air pack and pulled back the charging handle. I really just wanted something to go smooth. Delane readied his weapon as well. The two men started to jog, mindful of the difference in gravity. They weaved their way through the roots, looking for low spots to hurdle whenever they could and boosting each other over the taller places. They arrived at Mitchell's lander almost 20 minutes later and were already exhausted. Their first impression wasn't a good one. The lander was a good size smaller than the dropship. They were designed to carry one member of the team to the planet and keep them alive for 3 days. It looked like an upside-down gemstone, pointed at the top and wide at the bottom. There was a chair that folded into something resembling a bed, and around that was boxes fixed to the floor with food, water, basic medical supplies, and a carbine for defense. A big red box served as the base of the chair and contained all the necessary tools for demolishing anything that might hinder the landing of the larger dropship. A bloody handprint on the polished shell of the lander was their first clue that something was wrong. Halsey signaled for Delane to move behind a root and cover him while he crept closer. The door squeaked on a light breeze, rocking softly at its hinge, and through the gap, Halsey could see brown hair splayed out across the floor. His stomach twisted in knots as he eased the door open with the barrel of his weapon. The thing on the floor was not Amber Mitchell. In fact, despite the similar hair, it was not even potentially the same species. It had 2 arms and 2 legs, but it was hard to tell where the furs it wore ended and its body hair began. A shock of brunette covered its face, or what was left of it. A few teeth and a dislodged eye were the only recognizable features anymore. A bloodied wrench was tossed into the corner. Everything else seemed to be in order. "Dell!" Delane popped out from his cover and sprinted to the lander. He looked inside and made an inarticulate squealing cough as a word failed to make it past his throat. "Yeah, that's what I thought." Halsey checked the tracking application again and saw the pilot had stopped moving a little over 3 miles to the east. "We're not alone on this planet. That thing," he jerked a thumb towards the corpse, "has friends. She left the water, carbine, and explosives. Amber's being chased. I'd stake my life on it." "I had my choice of assignments, and this is what I picked?" Delane waved for Halsey to follow him and walked gingerly up a route until its tallest point. "There's no way to run over all this. How was she moving that fast?" "Maybe she ditched her environmental gear." "Rayburn, we need to turn back." "Amber's in trouble." "No." Delane shook his head violently. "We're in trouble. There's no way to move through this mess, and when we do, we're going to be too far behind. Comms aren't working, and we're up against an indigenous force of unknown size and technology. We need to go back to the drop and rejoin the crew on the Wayfarer." "And Amber?" "We come back for her, in greater numbers." He put a hand on Halsey's shoulder. "I know what she means to you, but we don't have another option." Halsey walked eastward, shaking his head in disbelief. "We're not leaving one of ours to a bunch of savages." "It was wearing furs." "So what?" Delane hopped down from the root and worked his way towards his friend. "That means there's wildlife to consider too, plus these damn trees." "What about the trees? Why aren't there any leaves on the ground?" Delane waved a hand at the treetops. "Where are the birds or bugs or whatever the hell should be living in them?" Halsey stopped and looked around. Despite seemingly endless rows, there weren't any shed leaves. No sounds came from above either. He knelt next to the tangle of roots and examined them closely for the first time. He pushed against one with a shiny gloved finger. It gave slightly to his touch, almost like rubber or thick leather. He turned his head up to the cones above. They were ovals, but with flatter sides and rows of finger-thick hairs lining them on 4 sides. The hairs blew gently in the wind, and a small hole pulsated on the very bottom of each. One of the cones opened from the bottom, then its neighbors did the same. They seemed to swell and deflate, over and over. Each time they expanded, Halsey could see the masses of gelatinous orbs clinging inside the hard shells. There was a slight crackling as each one of the cones opened, and then a chorus of them followed as the surrounding trees repeated the process. Halsey stood and backed away from the tree slowly. "Dell?" "Yes?" "I think we should start running." Halsey sprinted as fast as he could. He clambered over tall roots and hurdled the short ones in a desperate attempt to outrun a feeling. He couldn't explain it, and he wasn't about to waste time trying to either. There was something wrong. Down to the very basic core of his understanding, something was just wrong, and he wanted away from it. He didn't even realize he dropped his rifle until he heard the scream behind him. Halsey slid to a stop and braced his hands on his knees. He dared himself to look over his shoulder, and when that didn't work, he stood upright and closed his eyes as tight as he could. He pictured the worst possible thing he could imagine, and spun on his heel. He decided to count to 10 before opening his eyes, and on the second attempt, that worked. Only, there was no horror. There was also no Delane. A rifle lay on the earth, and then a boot joined it with a dramatic plummet from somewhere above. He turned to run, and then everything spun wildly. His stomach lurched and everything distorted. The sudden jostling threatened to purge his stomach, and he reached for the helmet latches. Before he could flip them, something smashed against his head. The helmet spread the impact out, and a second blow turned off the lights. Rayburn Halsey awoke without his environmental suit, or anything else covering him. Goosebumps prickled across his naked body, as much from fear as from the frigid air. He stared up at the sky, but the ever-present clouds prevented any stars from shining through their burnt yellow fog. He could feel the dead earth rubbing against his bare back, but oddly didn't feel any sort of restraints holding him in place. A bizarre sound emanated around him like music, if only in its simplest form. Rattling, whistling, and something like bamboo wood chimes. He swallowed hard and forced his head to the left, where he found Delane. The navigational officer was equally naked and sobbing softly. Halsey rolled away from him, turning over to see Amber on the right. His hands clamped over his face as he screamed into his palms. Halsey curled up into a fetal position, hyperventilating. The team's pilot had been opened up and emptied. Her lifeless face was turned towards Halsey, and her organs were laid out across a decorative animal hide. Bowls made from stone or possibly bone held smoldering balls of herbs that sent lazy smoke trails into the night sky. Someone walked past Halsey, and he forced himself to look. It was one of the creatures that Amber killed in the lander. It pulled its long hair back out of its face and knelt beside Delane. Halsey couldn't see its face clearly, but caught a glimpse of a hard, reflective exoskeleton. Pale, veiny hands reached out from a fur robe and stroked Delane's face. "Soon you will enter the spirit realm so that you may be reborn." Halsey sat upright and waited for the voice again. That thing spoke his language? It turned and walked closer, sliding the bug-like mask away from a bearded human face. The man prodded Halsey's forehead with his fingertip. "You came from the beyond, just as our ancestors did." "How?" Getting the word out was like regurgitating shards of glass. "How is this possible?" The roots of a nearby tree moved up and out of the soil, poking around until it found Amber's spleen and wrapped its delicate, spindly tip around the organ. A soft suckling sound resonated from it. "They're not trees." Halsey slided away from the man like a frightened crab. "Those aren't trees at all." The man smiled at him and signaled with his hands. 2 more people came from behind and seized his arms. Others moved around them and went to Delane, who screamed and squirmed as they stretched his legs and arms out and held him spread eagle. The man in charge pointed at Delane. "He is scared, and I appreciate that. Your female companion was as well, but this is the only way they can become a part of the world. Once they are consumed, we will consummate their joining with the divine ones. We bring them into the world as fruit is delivered from the vine." "This is insane. Please, you have to let me go." "I am sorry, you do not understand." The man smiled at him genuinely. "You will. When our people came from the beyond, they were lost here. They had no hope of survival, but were too scared to admit it. Their supplies dwindled until there was only enough for a few, so they took to killing one another to reduce the need, and it was then that they realized they were doomed, and so they prayed." The man held his hands into the sky, and the trees opened their cones above him. The leaves shuddered and a fog rose from the tops with a bugling roar. He smiled brightly and a single tear rolled down his cheek, getting lost in the tangles of his beard. He approached Halsey and stroked his face. "Our gods answered their prayers." Father's Day by Shane Migliavacca. This section of the path scared Matt shitless. Not that he'd admit it to anyone, especially to Greg and Jenny, his 2 best friends, walking a little ways in front of him. Last year there had been a stabbing. A few years before that, a man's body had been discovered face down in Pierce Creek, not that far from here. Matt didn't believe in curses or bad luck, but there was a feeling he got in his gut whenever he passed through the area. He'd rather be at home playing video games today. His parents were visiting Matt's grandfather for Father's Day, and he'd have the whole house to himself. Instead, here he was. Matt blamed Jenny, specifically her tight blue jeans and nice smile. The 3 of them had been friends for years. Matt was fairly certain that Jenny had a thing for Greg, but Greg was oblivious to it. But it was only a matter of time before he noticed. Matt could feel his chance with Jenny slipping away if he didn't speak up soon. He winced as the 2 laughed about the same joke. "So, where the hell are we going?" Matt blurted out. Greg looked back over his shoulder. "Don't have a cow, dude. We're almost there." Jenny laughed, making Matt feel a bit annoyed. He kicked a stone off the path, watching it shoot off into the grass. The 3 walked in silence for a few minutes, until Greg stopped them. "And here we are." He pointed towards the left side of the trail. Matt's gaze followed his friend's gesture. There, through the trees, the roof of a house could be seen, its tiled roof weathered from age and the elements. There? Jenny asked. Yup, Greg said proudly. They followed him off the path, pushing through some brush to get to the house. As they emerged into the house's overgrown backyard, its ramshackle condition became more apparent. What a dump, Jenny observed. We're not, Greg cut her off. Sure as shit we are. Why? Asked Matt, wishing he'd stayed home. Because, Greg answered as he walked up the steps to the back door. Don't you want to have some fun instead of jacking off to Saved by the Bell all day? Har har, Matt responded. He felt a bit of anger boil through from his friend's consent prodding. He surprised himself when he flipped Greg off. I didn't think you had it in you, somebody said, clapping. Besides, I see you stroking it more to Power Rangers. They turned to see Dave Stover standing by the side of the house. A girl dressed in black stepped out from behind him. Her short brown hair was slicked straight back, and a black choker encircled her neck. What are you doing here, Stover? Matt asked. There was something about that smug, shit-eating grin that made Matt want to punch Stover's teeth in. Greg and Stover went way back. Why his friend would hang out with that ass was beyond Matt. He's the reason we're here, Greg answered. Matt sighed. Great. Stover introduced the girl. This is Ember. She's going to help us play a little game. They followed Stover into the house. The back door opened easily. The smell of stale cat urine greeted them as they stepped into a bare kitchen. Jenny whispered in Matt's ear, Ember? That's bullshit. Her name's Tracy Hollis. She's in my English lit class. The two softly chuckled. Stover took them down a musty hallway. The plaster walls were chipped and marked with graffiti. Chunks of broken plaster crunched underfoot. Matt wondered who'd lived here. There was nothing left to mark their time here. The hall opened up in a large room. At the room's center was a large circle of candles. Strange symbols were written on the floor within the circle. Matt felt strangely uneasy as he entered the room. He didn't believe in magic, but it didn't mean you went messing around with the shit. What the hell? Matt said. I don't think we should fuck around with this stupid shit. Relax, man, Greg reassured his friend. Wait till you hear the story. Let's find out first, Jenny added. I want to find out what's up. Damn it. Matt didn't want to walk out with Jenny staying behind, partly because he'd look like a wimp, and partly because he worried about her. Then, let's get on with it, Matt grumbled. What have we got to do? Ember sat them around the circle, all holding hands, with him and Stover on either side of Ember. Matt felt a little nervous and shy taking the girl's pale hand. She smelled like sage and her lips were black as midnight. Staring into her eyes for a second, he forgot about Jenny. Stover cleared his throat before starting. Man got home from the war and bought this house for him and his pregnant wife. They wanted to start a future here, Greg interrupted. Which war? What? Stover stammered. Which war? Stover's brow furrowed. That one, a long time ago in the 70s. Korea? Jenny asked. No, not that one from Rambo. Nam. Wasn't that in the 80s? Greg said, unsure. Frustrated, Stover grumbled. Does it fucking matter? Well, context, Greg said. Helps set the scene better, man. It was the fucking 70s, okay? Can I get on with the story? Nobody said anything. So the dude and his wife bought this house. A couple years later, they have a daughter. The three have a happy life for a bunch of years. Then the mom gets sick and dies. Aw, that blows, Jenny said. Stover ignored her, continuing on with the story. The father was left to raise the girl by himself, and he did the best he could, got a second job and shit. Stover leaned forward. Then one day, the father came home, worn out from a tough day. The daughter, 15 at the time, told him to take a nap in his favorite chair. Stover smiled. right over there," indicating a corner of the room. She wanted to surprise him, make him some dinner, so she decided to walk to the convenience store down the path. "What?" Greg asked. "I don't remember any store around here." Stover sighed. "The vacant lot on Rathburn. Used to be a store there. They closed it because it was getting robbed too much." "Oh," Greg nodded, mulling it over. "Anyway, the father wakes up," Stover continued. "He finds the house all dark. He calls for his daughter, and there's no answer." Jenny shifted nervously on the floor. "Before he can go out to find her, there's a knock at the door. It's the police. The cops ask if she's there. The clerk at the shop called the cops after the girl was getting harassed by some boys. Well, days passed, and there was no trace of the girl. The father grew desperate." Matt glanced at Ember, who had her eyes closed. Was she meditating? "Finally, one day, they found one of the girl's shoes near the hangout of a bunch of boys. The ones that had been giving the girl a hard time that night. Trouble is, there's no other evidence. The cops couldn't do shit." Matt looked over at Jenny, who was enjoying the story. His mind wandered as he briefly thought of Jenny, Ember, and him, all alone, together. The thought was a little too much for his hormones. He could feel things stirring that shouldn't be right now. He quickly turned his attention back to the story, trying to focus on Stover's words. This wasn't good enough for the father. So one by one, he captured and tortured the boys, killing every one of them with a hatchet he'd had in the war, save for one boy he let live. Why the one boy? Nobody knows. After the deed, he came home and hung himself in this very room. Stover laughed like a maniac. "Did he find her?" Jenny blurted out. Stover shrugged. "Nobody knows. The father killed himself before anybody found out. The boy he let live was a nutcase. They have him locked away up in Walton. He's never uttered a word since." "That was, quite a story," Matt said. "A real bummer," Jenny added. "What's it got to do with us?" Matt asked. "Since it's Father's Day," Stover smiled, "I thought we'd try to contact the daughter's spirit with the help of Ember here. Maybe we can find out what happened to her." "Really?" Matt asked, sarcastically. "For sure," Stover replied. Suddenly, Ember tightened her grip on their hands. Without thinking, Matt tightened his grip in response. The girl opened her eyes, making brief contact with him. Suddenly, Matt felt his face become warm, his chest tightened, and he found it hard to breathe. And then it passed. "I'm ready," the girl said. Her gaze passed over each and every one of them in turn. "It's important to remain in a circle, holding hands. We're safe. You don't want to be pulled away into the spirit world." Ember took a deep breath. "I call upon the 4 elements, earth, water, fire, and air. Give me strength." The girl started to rock back and forth. "Guide us over the bridge between this world and the next." The candles seemed to flicker briefly as a gust of wind passed through the room. "I call upon the spirit of Samantha Swain." A low, warbling moan started up from somewhere in the house. Matt felt the hairs on his arms stand up. The air felt charged. "There's a presence here," Ember said. There was an unearthly moan. From above the group, a loud bang sounded, making them all jump. Ember warned them, "Don't break contact." The otherworldly moan grew louder. The house itself creaked and groaned as if in pain. "Spirit, speak," Ember commanded. "Tell us your name." There was another unearthly wail of pain.
"My name is..."
A voice spoke.
"My name is Harry Reams."
Stover burst out into laughter. "The fuck?" Greg looked at the others, dumbstruck. "Son of a bitch!" Matt shook his head. Stover fell backwards, laughing. "Oh, I got you, fucks!" He wiped a tear from his eye. "I had Ernie and Chad help me set it up." Between laughs, Stover told them how he and his two buddies rigged the house for sound so the two could provide sounds and spooky voices from a hiding spot upstairs. "You son of a bitch!" Jenny scolded him. Ember looked around perplexed. "No, this isn't right. There was something. I felt it." The others, angered, paid no attention to the girl. Stover called to his buddies. The pair trudged down the stairs laughing loudly at the three's expense. "It's not that funny, assholes," Greg said, dejected. Oh, it is," Chad snickered. Aaron laughed. "Should see the looks on your dumb faces." Ember followed the three friends as they left the house. "Wait," she called after them. "I didn't know." There was something wrong. She could feel it. There had been something there with them. Something had slipped into their world. "Guys, listen," she pleaded. "I didn't know." Matt stepped onto the path before turning around. "So you got duped too. Join the club. Please listen, something did come through." Ember looked into Matt's eyes. Greg and Jenny had already started down the path. Greg turned and called to Matt. "Coming, man?" "I've had enough spooky shit for today. I didn't even want to be here." Matt turned and walked towards his friends. "Shit," Ember whispered to herself. Feeling somebody watching her, she turned towards the house. Standing next to the house was a dark figure. Was that Stover? Or one of his pals? Feeling fear creeping up her spine, Ember turned and hurried down the opposite direction of the path. Matt woke in a chair, his eyes blurry. When he tried to move, he realized he was being held in place by duct tape. As his vision focused, he could make out a bare bulb hanging from the ceiling. It swung back and forth, stopping from time to time in mid-swing. Just hanging there. The room appeared to be a basement. Somewhere in the darkness, water dripped, hitting the floor in a steady rhythm. He'd fallen asleep on the couch, watching TV. So how the hell had he gotten here? Before he could call out, he heard the scraping noise coming from the corner of the basement. He strained his neck, turning as far as he could to see a man sitting in the dark corner. The man appeared to be working on something. A red baseball cap covered the man's face in shadow. Matt tried to talk, ask the man what was going on. His mouth moved, but no words came out. The man stood and Matt could make out what the man was working on. In his hands he held a hatchet and a sharpening stone. The man raised his head up. Where his eyes and mouth should be were black holes. Gray mist seeped from the openings.
"Have you seen my daughter?"
The man asked, his voice garbled and hollow. Matt tried to answer, but still, his voice failed him. The man spoke again.
"Have you seen my daughter?"
He took one of Matt's hands, prying his fingers free from the arm of the chair. He brought down the hatchet on outstretched fingers and lopped them off. Matt sat up, a scream on his lips. He was on the couch, back at home. Outside, it was dark. His parents should be home soon, which was fine by him. That dream had been too freaky. That man with the hatchet. Was that the guy from Stover's story? Feeling suddenly vulnerable, Matt locked the front door. God, he hoped his parents got home soon. Ember sat in her room. She'd been quiet since getting home. She wanted to tell her folks how scared she was, what she feared had happened, but they wouldn't understand. After supper, she'd gone straight to her room. Ember sat on her bed, hoping she was wrong, and preparing to be right. She ripped sheets of blank paper from a notebook. Pricking her thumb with a pin, she wrote runic symbols on the paper strips. Vael, Drak, Tienen, she repeated, putting a strip up in each corner of her room. Taking a glass jar from her desk, Ember made a circle of salt around her bed, making sure not to break the line when she stepped over it. Sitting cross-legged on her bed, the girl waited. The clock struck 1 a.m. A blue shimmering on the edge of her room woke the girl. A dark figure stood in the corner, pushing against the barrier she had created. Fire, water, earth, and air. Give me strength, she chanted. The spirit strained the barrier as it tried to force its way through. She could make out its features. Black slit eyes on a head covered by a red baseball cap. A hatchet clutched in one of the spirit's hands. Ember continued chanting, till finally, 45 minutes later, the entity left, just as sudden as it had come. Exhausted, Ember fell back on her bed and slept till morning. She'd never been more relieved to see her parents than when she went down for breakfast. The spirit had only come for her last night, for she was the only one that could send it back. At school, something felt off. She looked for the others, but they weren't there. After chemistry, Ember overheard the cheerleaders, Becky, Carly, and Tony Lynn, talking near the stairs. I heard he never got home last night. Yeah, his parents are wicked freaked. Working up the courage, Ember approached the two girls. Who? She stammered. Becky's eyes narrowed. What do you want, Freakzilla? Who didn't show up? What's it to you, Morticia? Tony smirked. A little angry now, Ember spat out the question. Who fucking didn't show up? The girls looked at her a little shocked before answering. Stover, okay? Take it easy, bitch. Ember walked away without another word. She ditched the rest of her classes for the day. She had to find the other three, to save them from it. Why had she done it? To be popular? Accepted? Screw it. She couldn't sit here feeling sorry for herself. That thing needed to be sent back. When lunch period came, Ember snuck out. Ember found the three sitting outside under a big tree. Did they know? Had they heard about Stover? Out of breath, she walked towards them. Greg was the first to notice her. Here comes your girlfriend, he said to Matt. Please, guys, I need your help. Jenny took a bite of her sandwich. We're not interested, she said dismissively. Did you hear about Stover? Greg shrugged. He didn't show up today. He's always skipping. He never got home, Ember exclaimed. It got him, the entity we summoned, the spirit of that girl's father. Greg laughed. Bullshit. No, it's not. Last night it came for me. I saw its black eyes. Ember almost sobbed. Matt had sat silent as Ember had talked. But he finally spoke up. Did you say black eyes? Nervous and a little embarrassed, Matt told them his dream. How real it had felt, and how the description matched with what Ember had seen in her room. I think you two are both high, Greg joked. Been hitting the glue? It'll come for us, one by one, because our energy called it and we can send it back. Why do you think Stover is missing? I told you, he's just goofing off, Greg said. I don't know, Jenny said. Millie said she saw a couple of cops talking to the principal when she passed the office this morning. I'm not saying I believe in this magic shit, Matt said. But if it's true, what do? We have to go back to the house tonight and send it back. Ember waited by the basketball court on Madison Street, just a little ways from the entrance of the path. She was scared. It was getting dark and that thing could show up at any time. Where the hell were they? Then she heard a familiar voice bitching and moaning and saw them coming down the street. Why do we all have to go? Greg asked. Ember and Matt's eyes met, and they shared a little smile. Well, we're here, Matt said. Now what? We've got to get to the house. There's not much time. They made their way to the house with Greg bitching most of the way and Jenny needling him. Matt nervously looked around. He looked scared to Ember. Good. He'd be on his toes. She'd sensed something about Matt during the summoning. He didn't believe in magic, but still had a healthy respect for it. That energy would be vital for sending it back. His negative charge and her positive should repel the thing. Reaching the house, they flicked on a pair of flashlights. Ember felt relieved when she saw the runic symbols were still on the floor, where she'd drawn them. Taking the same glass jar from her bag, Ember created a circle of salt around the symbols, big enough so they could sit inside it and be protected. Matt and Jenny lit candles, placing one in front of each of them. They all held hands again as they sat there. Ember started to chant, calling upon the elements to aid them. Fire, water, earth, and air, give us strength. A low rumbling began somewhere in the bowels of the house. The candles flickered as a cold wind blew through the room. A door slammed open and closed in another room, followed by heavy, deliberate footfalls as something approached them. Ember looked at the others. Don't break the circle, no matter what. She rocked back and forth, feeling the energy of the others flowing through her. Vail, Drak, Tienen, send this malignant being back to the Netherrealm from which it came. Jenny screamed, almost bolting from where she sat. Matt and Greg had to keep hold of her. The badly mutilated body of Stover stood in the door frame. The corpse stumbled towards them. Stay calm, Elmer advised them. It can't hurt us. The spirit is trying to scare us. Stover's corpse stopped, inches from the circle, its dead eyes fixed on them. Mission fucking accomplished, Greg said.
Get out of this house.
An unnatural voice commanded from Stover's dead lips. The walls of the room cracked and blistered as a blinding white light emanated from within them. Ember could feel she was losing them to the spectacle going on around them. Focus your thoughts, Ember warned them. Close your eyes, pay it no heed. Imagine pushing it away in your mind's eye. Ember closed her eyes, imagining their energy flowing from them like tendrils, striking the malignant evil they'd brought into the world. The floor seemed to fall away. Stopping suddenly, Ember felt the wind expelled from her lungs. Holy shit, Matt gasped. Her eyes flung open, Ember gaped in awe at what she saw. A blue vortex had formed above them. She opened them just in time to see Stover's body pulled into the maw above. The house started to rock as bits of it were pulled into the spinning mass of energy. The floorboards beneath them creaked as the boards strained from the pull of the vortex. Let's get the fuck out of here, Greg hollered. Ember had to agree as the house fell apart around them. The four held hands, forming a chain with Greg in the lead. They inched their way along the hallway. The pull lessened the further they got away from it. When they reached the foyer, they ran from the house, screaming their heads off, not stopping till they reached the path. The four turned and watched in silence as the house came apart until only the vortex remained. It, too, soon disappeared, collapsing in on itself. Fuck me, Greg said, panting. Don't see that every day, Matt added. A couple of weeks later, they were out of school for the summer. Matt was over at Ember's house. The two sat on her bed making out while her parents were at a party. The pair had started dating soon after that night, his infatuation with Jenny a distant memory. Matt came up for air. I wish summer could be like this the whole time. Ember smiled. Who says it can't? Matt had noticed her deck of tarot cards on the nightstand earlier. He took them and started shuffling them. What are you doing? Ember asked. Consulting the cards. Matt smiled as he drew the first card, showing it to her. It was the Lovers. How did you do that? Ember asked. It was easy, he said, drawing another card and handing it to her. Ember looked at it, her eyes wide with terror. The card depicted a collapsing tower. His voice crackled with energy as his eyes turned black.
As easy as finding a new home.
The Message by Rob Fields.
Imagine this. You're a 23-year-old girl who's got everything going for you. A very rich family, luxury and privilege, never wanting for anything, and a beautiful body. You can have any man you want. You're on top of the world. Interested? Okay, let's begin. You've passed every class while you were in school, without studying. Why should you have to study when you can just cruise along with your $1 million body? You can just keep your pretty eyes on certain men, show generous amounts of cleavage, offer a handjob to the right teacher, all for those A's that you've never had to study for. You still here? Come on, stay with me. You graduate with a great GPA, but in order for you to take over the family business someday, you must continue your education. You agree to go to college. Like high school, you rely on your porn star body to get through each semester of university. Like you're actually going to crack open a book and read the assignments, right? You're even allowed to bring a laptop to take notes. But why? Why should you have to write anything? You're rich, you're privileged, you're entitled. Besides, your glorious nails cost a pretty penny. Hell, you can charm some geek into writing your papers, right? You still with me? Nice. You finish your first 3.5 years at Strickfield University with plenty of good grades. And all of your professors were guys. Coincidence? Or maybe because you know your sex appeal won't work on women, aside from lesbians or bisexuals. Also, you'll be damned if you lip lock with another female. Anyway, all your professors are male, because even college professors can let the little head think for the big head. We're moving along. Hang in there. The second semester of your pivotal senior year, things are a little more challenging. You're finding your looks are just not enough now. To get those all-important A's, you have to show your big titties, give more hand jobs, maybe give a really good blowjob, and for some professors who want even more, you'll actually have to spend the night with them. You haven't been a virgin since junior high, so what difference does fucking university professors old enough to be your dad make? Don't worry, it gets better. Stay with me. Now, you finally got that one professor. Yeah, that one. The one who doesn't care about your looks, your big tits, or your sexy body. He's a happily married man who loves his wife of 25 years, so the sight of you doesn't arouse his little head in the least. No matter what you do, you just can't win this professor over. You still refuse to take notes, do homework, or lift your pen to take exams. Your grades in his class are the worst. But you're privileged, you're entitled, you're rich. The world owes you. Hell, what this professor makes in a year is pocket change to you, right? You still want to keep going? Of course you do. You're desperate now. Sitting in the back, you've shown him your tits during class. You've even shown him you weren't wearing panties. In fact, you've even offered to suck your professor's cock. More than once. Even more, you've offered to let him fuck you. And in some compromising places. You've even surprised him by waiting for him in his office, completely naked. Yet the fucking professor just will not surrender to you. He never once pops a chubby. What the fuck? Does he really love his wife that much? Nobody loves his wife for that many years. Your own parents are out fucking around on each other, for Christ's sake. Ah, you're still with me. Still loving all this juiciness. The professor's going to turn you into the dean for your erratic behavior. He'll tell him that you haven't done anything, really. He certainly has your grades to show for it, including your blank exams. Because you're simply too entitled to put forth the effort. In fact, you're entitled to everything life has to offer. It's getting dark now. Turn on those smartphone flashes. Now, you've got a real problem. You can't let your parents see that you've actually failed a class. Didn't your parents tell you that if you didn't bring home the grades, they weren't going to keep you in school? If you're not ready to be a part of the family business, they'll cut you off. They'll send you out into the real world to make your own money. You'll no longer live in luxury. You'll no longer be entitled. You'll no longer be pampered and have the world at your feet. You'll be banished to the mortal realm with all the other bottom feeders who have to bust their asses just to make ends meet. There's only one thing left to do. Darker still, hope your smartphone batteries have a good charge. You talk to your scumbag boyfriend, knowing he's a scumbag, but he's always been there for you when you needed him. He listens intently as you tell him about the professor who's fucking up your whole world. Then he comes up with the perfect plan to help you get the grade you're entitled to. All it'll cost you is a little of your green and some quality time with your pink. Anything to keep you entitled. Really dark now. Hope your smartphone batteries aren't about ready to die. Your boyfriend knows the professor works in his office late on Fridays. He knows your professor always gets a Mountain Dew out of the soda machine beforehand. Not coffee. Not bottled water. A Mountain Dew. Probably the only unconventional thing about him. Having his office phone number, you make a desperate phone call. You tell him you need help and give him a false location. When he leaves, your boyfriend slithers into his office and roofies his Mountain Dew. Later, you and your boyfriend watch as the professor returns to his office, no doubt upset at your phone call. Oh, but he has no idea what awaits him in that green bottle. It's only a matter of time. We're at NC-17 content now, so you may want to put the kids to bed. You and your boyfriend take the sleeping professor to an empty classroom. It's Friday night, and nobody's around. You undo the professor's trousers and pull them down with his boxers. Up comes your dress. No panties. You finally get him nice and hard. And congratulations! You, a girl, just committed rape. You've got him by the balls. Literally. You both get him dressed and take him back to his office. Next, you both go back to your place. With the incriminating juices still inside you, your boyfriend beats the living shit out of you. It has to look like an actual rape, right? When he's finished, you call the police and tell them everything. Are you feeling pissed off yet, by the way? Good. You should. The professor is arrested. The police take samples from you both. They get a match, but they won't find the Mountain Dew with the roofie in it. Your boyfriend saw to that. His plan worked perfectly. Yes, his plan. Psst. He's actually smarter than you. So now, the professor's in jail. He's fired from Strickfield University. His wife leaves him after 25 happily married years. She wouldn't even listen to him, but he pled his case to her. He gets a trial by jury, is found guilty, and sentenced to life in prison. That night, he hangs himself, knowing he won't survive prison. Your boyfriend already got into the professor's computer to change your grade, but if it was that simple, then why ruin the man's life? Because you're entitled, and nobody fucks that up for you. Whew. Hey, you've made it all the way to this point, so, are you ready for the twist? I'm sure you are. Now, two things are established. You think you're entitled, and you're not too bright. Your boyfriend made the plan that led to the death of an innocent professor who wouldn't give you the grade you wanted, but neither of you had any idea that a certain girl was in that same class with you. Actually, I was in a couple. Boy, did you two ever stand out to me. Not only did I see you showing your titties and your cooch to Professor Rodney Simmons, I even saw you arguing with him in his office after that class. I suppose those things alone wouldn't trigger a red flag. It was after the newspapers revealed that Professor Simmons had committed suicide. I watched you both closely. Neither of you showed any remorse. I did my usual research and found the gradebook in Professor Simmons' office before anyone came to clean it out. I took pics on my smartphone, wearing gloves, of course. I also lifted fingerprints off the professor's laptop. Some belonged to the professor. The others belonged to Jacob Levine. Thanks to a fingerprint scanner I rigged up, I matched them with a special program I picked up on the darknet that gave me immediate access to fingerprints databases. Now, I just needed one thing. What the fuck? Genevieve Van Sant demanded. Where am I? Right where I want you, I replied, stepping out of the darkness. Genevieve spoke with her entitled voice. I know you. You're that criminal justice bitch people talk about all over campus. Wow, you actually know something, I replied. I'm surprised you know anything, considering how stupid you are. She struggled to get free. You can't scare me. Then she glared at me. You really fucked up. Once I talk to select people, you're fucked. You don't ever put your hands on me. Professor Simmons found that out. Oh, you mean when he raped you? I made air quotes to emphasize the end of my question. Genevieve protested. His spunk was inside me. He beat me within an inch of my life. He raped me. I waved her off. Please. I'm on a time crunch here, so let's wrap things up. You've got cops waiting outside? Genevieve sneered. You haven't got shit on me. I raised an eyebrow. No? I know your whole plan. The roofie, the real rape, the alleged beating. Genevieve gawked at me. Nobody was around. No one saw us. I shook my head slowly. I saw everything. Would it have killed you to have done your schoolwork? Because what you just did will kill you. I picked up some photographs and showed them to her. Wow, I'm surprised these pictures didn't end up on some porn site, I said. Porn's a multi-billion-dollar industry, you know. Genevieve shrieked when she saw herself in the act of raping the professor. Bullshit. The classroom we went to didn't have any security cameras. I picked up a nearby smartphone. This camera was there. It's your boyfriend's. I took it from him. I turned and flipped a switch. Another set of lights came on, and Genevieve gasped when she saw her boyfriend secured to a second table that was propped up. Yes, this is your boyfriend's loft, I said. I found roofies and other interesting shit in his room. Oh, and lots of videos of you two fucking. I raised my finger. Especially the one where you two pretty much confess to everything. I guess you'd call it victory sex? I cracked Jacob's passcode and found the photos. His big mistake was leaving his fingerprints. I held up a copy of the newspaper revealing that Professor Simmons had hung himself. This was all you and Jacob here. All because Simmons wouldn't just give you a grade. I showed her Professor Simmons' gradebook. It surprises me how many teachers still use these. Looking at the professor's laptop, you get poor grades throughout the semester, but end up getting an A overall. I opened the gradebook. Same poor grades here. Overall, you got an F. Oops! Imagine if your parents learned that you never studied 5 minutes since you got here. She rolled her eyes. I don't have to study. I'm Genevieve Van Sant. I rolled my eyes in return. Thank you. I know your name. In fact, I'll remember you and Jacob Levine forever, along with the hundreds of others who've made the unfortunate mistake of getting my attention. And speaking of attention, I suddenly heard someone, another guy, talking outside the door. It had to be Jacob's roommate. I determined that he was on a cell phone as I grabbed a nearby baseball bat and conked Genevieve. I turned off the lights and waited. He started to come into the loft. As I saw his hand pawing for the light switch, he quickly stopped. I really didn't want to kill an innocent. What? You serious? I left my shit at your place? He groaned. No, I'll come back. My term paper's in that folder. Due tomorrow, first thing. A pause. Sure, babe. I'll spend the night. The roommate pulled the door closed. I locked it up again and waited a bit before turning the lights back on. As Genevieve began to stir, I walked to her and slapped her. When she fully woke up, she shouted curses and struggled to free herself. Eventually, she stopped struggling and glared at me. I said to Genevieve, since you seem to think you're so entitled, since you're Genevieve Van Sant, I'm gonna kill you second. Genevieve snapped. You won't kill us! You're a criminal justice prodigy who helps the police solve cases! I raised my finger. Being a college student and a police intern is my day job. I've been doing my night job since I was 10 years old. Ironic, huh? I'm a police detective trainee who's also a serial killer. Sure, I could turn you both over to the police, but knowing your parents, Genevieve, they'd hire a top-notch lawyer for you. Or pay off the judge, you'd be free again, continuing to feel you're entitled. And your boyfriend would rot in jail because your parents won't give a shit about him, and Professor Simmons would still be dead and tarnished for a crime he never committed. Fuck you, she screamed at me. You're nothing. I'm Genevieve Van Sant. You're fucking nobody. I moved to my instrument table and picked up a big, sharp knife. I moved to Jacob. Now, Jacob Levine, let the punishment fit the crime. Using my knife, I disemboweled Jacob. He didn't feel much since I roofied him with one of his own roofies. I make such a mess when I play. I turned to Genevieve. And your fate, I showed her the newspaper again. Here's a hint. It's already around your neck. Genevieve shook her head quickly. No, you ruined a good man's life, I reminded her. You broke up a wonderful marriage. You had no remorse whatsoever. Want some irony? I myself feel no emotions, but you do. And you are so horrible. She saw that I was ready to kick the chair out from underneath her feet. Her wrists and ankles were securely zip-tied. Genevieve shrieked, You crazy bitch! I'm Genevieve Van Sant! My parents will find you! They'll kill you! Do you know how many people have told me that? I asked. You're not the first rich person I've killed, and you certainly won't be the last. I just killed a rich couple last week, and they had it coming for quite a while. But you are, without a doubt, the stupidest girl I've ever had to date. Weren't you listening? I just told you I don't feel emotions. But I have a name, too. I'm the Angel of Death. I'm guessing you don't read the newspapers since you probably can't even read anyway. And now, Genevieve Van Sant, let the punishment fit the crime. I kicked the chair out from under her. Her eyes bulged and she tried to squirm. Her face turned red as she struggled to breathe. Soon, she just hung there. After a few more minutes, I took hold of her wrist. No pulse. The police would find the evidence easily. The boyfriend's smartphone, the homemade confession porn video, and the pictures will be quite sufficient. I took a shower to wash Jacob's blood off of me and put on fresh clothes before leaving the loft. I would take my soiled clothes with me and make my usual anonymous phone call to the Strickfield Police Department to tell them where they could find the bodies. The next afternoon, I was on scene as part of my police internship. Jacob's roommate was there, just babbling away. I think what got his attention was the message on the wall that I left for him, written in Jacob's blood.
Just be glad you didn't turn on the light.
A Dog and His Boy by David O. Hanlon. Rocco eyed the bags suspiciously as his boy brought them through the living room. He recognized the Starburst logo of Discount Demolition's Fireworks Emporium and shivered slightly. This was his third 4th of July since the adoption, and he'd already decided where he'd be cowering for most of the evening. When the big artillery shells went off, he would make his way to Ryan's closet where he could burrow into the safety of all the extra blankets. Rocco laid his head on his paw and snorted. Stupid humans, Rocco thought. Just because you can't bark doesn't mean you have to overcompensate with the big noisemakers. We still love you even though you're frail and feeble. Rocco climbed down from the couch and stretched away his morning nap in preparation of the coming game of fetch. Ryan always played fetch with him when he came home from school. Rocco wasn't sure why his human enjoyed throwing a ball or stick so many times, but if it brought him joy, then Rocco would gladly oblige the simple creature. There were more pressing issues to attend to first, however. Rocco dragged his butt across the living room floor all the way to the point the carpet ended and the linoleum began. It was a simple act, but one that required great skill nonetheless. If he misjudged his distance even slightly, he wouldn't get the whole itch before he ran out of plush, comfortable shag. Rocco trotted into the kitchen and Ryan dropped to his knees and held his arms open. "Come here, boy," his human called. Rocco jogged promptly to him and let the 10-year-old hug him and scratch him behind the ears and under his chin. Ryan asked him the usual questions, same every day. Who's a good dog? Did you miss me while I was gone? Are you ready to go play? Would you like a milk bone? Humans matured slower than dogs, so Rocco barked with increasing excitement to each question, and twice as much to make sure Ryan understood his willingness to accept a milk bone. There were few things as good as those delicious bone-shaped morsels. Real bones were nice, but all the flavor was on the outside, and Ryan's mother sprayed him with a hose the last time he attempted to acquire some from a squirrel that forgot its place in the food chain. Ryan's arm stretched to the kitchen table and the bag of fireworks swung like a clock pendulum in his chubby little fist. Rocco's head sagged at the sight. Ryan dumped out the contents. Look what we've got, boy! Ryan waved his hand at the stockpile. I know you don't like the loud ones. I got us smoke balls, sparklers, and Roman candles so we can still have fireworks without it scaring you. The collie's eyebrow raised slightly. Humans weren't even polite enough to sniff each other's butts, but his boy had been considerate enough to get dog-friendly ordnance for his yearly war on peace and quiet. Rocco buried his head into Ryan's chest and nuzzled him softly. I love my human. Rocco licked the boy's mouth to a chorus of excited giggles, especially when he doesn't wash off all the pizza from his face. Rocco chewed a mouthful of grass under his favorite tree. 2 games of fetch and 6 milk bones were playing hell on his stomach. The chocolate Ryan's mom dropped while making brownies might not have helped matters either. Rocco swallowed the weeds thoughtfully. He'd never seen Ryan eating those brownies. She kept her own personal stash and Rocco couldn't blame her. They made him feel great. And hungry. Why do humans eat things that make them want to eat more things, he pondered. Bacon doesn't make you want to eat anything other than more bacon. Bacon seems much healthier. Rocco vomited precisely as he intended, and then sprinted to Ryan's side. His boy was striking the fire maker next to a colorful ball. The fuse sparkled brilliantly and Ryan tossed it a few feet away. A plume of smoke rose from the orb with a soft hiss and a horrible stench. Too bad you can't see the color, Rocco, Ryan said. It's blue, kid. Rocco wasn't sure who decided dogs couldn't see color. He could see all 3 of them just fine. Ryan threw another of the smoke balls. It was brown. It was also anticlimactic. Rocco appreciated Ryan's efforts to include him in the festivities, but felt a little bad for him. The other kids were already starting in with their screeching rockets and boomsticks. Rocco's butt tucked in as he scurried closer to the boy and away from the ungodly explosion on the other side of the fence. Heathens. Rocco would try to tolerate it a bit longer so Ryan could enjoy his other goodies. The boy lit a pair of sparklers and danced about merrily, twirling patterns into the dimming sky. Rocco watched the devices spit gouts of color-changing flame and found himself impressed with the show. It seemed a useless invention, but it was making Ryan happy, so Rocco thought it was great. Almost as great as cartoons. Rocco's tail wagged excitedly. If Ryan had pizza at school, that meant it was Friday, which meant tomorrow was Saturday, and that meant it was cartoons and Lucky Charms Day. It also meant he got to sleep on the bed all day. A sudden explosion brought him back to the present, and he yelped before curling into a ball at Ryan's feet. Ryan knelt next to him and stroked his ears. It's starting to get loud now, I guess. That means it's time for the big finale, Rocco. Let's do some Roman candles and then we'll go inside where it's quiet and safe. Rocco sprang up and danced in a happy circle. The sooner they went inside, the sooner it would be tomorrow. Ryan lifted one of the long sticks and pointed it into the air. Rocco observed the rest of them in their cellophane packaging while Ryan tried to light the fuse. The collie cocked his head at the tiny human words written on the side. He looked up at Ryan and then back at the warning. I'm pretty sure this says not to hold it, kid, Rocco barked to get his attention. Really, it says right there in plain human. Rocco picked up one of the tubes and poked at Ryan's leg. It's not for fetch, silly. The boy laughed and struck the lighter again. The fuse sparkled to life. "I'm not trying to play fetch." Rocco growled urgently. "You're not supposed to." The bang wasn't that loud. It was muffled by Ryan's closed fist. Rocco whined mournfully as his boy collapsed to the grass. Rocco sighed. Damn it. Ryan's mom came running outside to answer the child's screams. The shattered cardboard tube sputtered and smoked beside him. She scooped her son up and ran back to the house. Rocco started to follow when he remembered something that seemed important. He turned back to retrieve Ryan's thumb and bolted after them with the dismembered digit clutched gingerly between his teeth. The back door smacked him in the nose and he toppled off the steps. A series of explosions made him cower and he turned his eyes up to the fiery skyflowers blossoming overhead. He laid Ryan's thumb gently on the steps and scampered to his tree. He was locked out. His boy was injured on his watch. He failed to keep Ryan safe and now he was trapped outside, with the fireworks. It was a fitting punishment. He looked at the finger with its scorched knuckle and whimpered, "Please be okay, boy." Rocco curled into a ball beneath the tree's canopy. "I don't have thumbs, and I do all right. I'll teach you how to read human so it'll never happen again." It was well past dark, and the fireworks were coming faster than Rocco could count. Even the squirrels, the mental half-wits that they were, knew to hide from the human thunder. Rocco took it upon himself to personally destroy the remaining weapons of mass destruction. They tasted terrible, but it was a small price to pay to protect his boy. Ryan only had one thumb left, after all. "Hey, look it!" a shrill adolescent voice said through the knothole in the fence. "It's that stupid dog with the girly hair!" Rocco recognized the voice. Rocco hated Timmy Treadwell as much as he hated those damn Roman candle things. "It's a mane, you simpleton, like a lion, but better because I'm not a cat." "I saw that little wimp and his mom leave a while ago," another boy said. "Let's have some fun." If Timmy was outside, that meant Bud and Lenny were with him. After all, you can't have a dick without two balls hanging about. The high school trio was a scourge to the kids in the neighborhood. They chased Ryan home on more than one occasion until Rocco managed to get over the fence. A warm, fuzzy feeling hit the collie's stomach as he fondly remembered Bud urinating on himself. They knew better than to mess with his boy, after all. "Let's have some fun," Timmy said. Rocco heard the telltale hiss of a fuse lighting just before the whiz of the rocket-propelled firecracker shot overhead. His ears rang from the sharp explosion. Another one came streaking through the knothole a second later. Rocco snaked around his tree as the teens laughed maniacally on the other side of the fence. "Go with something bigger," Lenny cheered. "The big bad wolf is scared of a little pop-pop," Timmy goaded. "You know what, kid? You're right. We should have a little fun." Rocco stretched out behind the wide trunk of the tree and steeled his nerves. "I've had it up to here with you stupid, sniveling, hairless fuckknuckles and your thumb-wrecking fireworks. Enough is enough." The rising Phoenix Freedom rocket with red, white, and blue effects screamed through the hole with the ferocity its name implied. Rocco was too sick of it all to care. He bolted from behind the tree, dipping under the boisterous bombardment as the device detonated overhead. An eye flicked in from the knothole. Rocco ran straight at it and then angled to the left, scurrying up the incline of Ryan's slide and launching himself into the air. Rocco's hair blew in the wind like the cloak of some masked avenger as he flew through the sky and landed on the sidewalk next to the three delinquents. "I've always wondered, which part of human tastes like bacon?" Rocco lowered his head and growled. "I'll give you a head start." He barked once and sent the boys running. Rocco watched them sprinting along the sidewalk and wished he could laugh like Ryan. Teenage humans were by far the most awkward and uncoordinated prey he'd ever seen. He remembered when Ryan adopted him from the animal shelter. There were no needles or diodes or kooky old men in white coats like his old home. Those men weren't nice to him, like Ryan. They never let him watch cartoons either. And Rocco was a much better name than Domestic Infiltration Canine, or Dick, as the old men called him, even if he was named after an animated wallaby. But as bad as the old men treated him, they did let him hunt. 3 years was a long time for a dog. He hoped he still had it in him as his claws scraped across the concrete in anticipation of the kill. Lenny had gained weight since their last encounter. He would be well marbled, and it seemed a shame to not enjoy the spoils of the hunt, so Rocco decided to give him a momentary reprieve. He sprinted past the portly youth and focused his pursuit on Bud. Bud's hip chain swung wildly as he fought to keep his wide-legged jeans up over his hips. He failed miserably and fell on his face. Rocco slowed down a little and gave him some hope. Bud kicked his pants off and abandoned them as he shot across the street. Rocco hurtled the hood of a passing car to the bleating of its horn. Even their conveyances needed something to make up for their inability to bark, it seemed. Humans were such self-conscious animals. Bud ran around the corner and made a beeline toward the playground. Rocco never realized how close Ryan's school was to home. He could have been coming to see him this whole time. He'd do that when Ryan came home. And they had a merry-go-round, too. Rocco loved riding the one at the park with his boy. "Focus, you have work to do," he reminded himself. Rocco watched Bud clamber over the fence and spill, bare-assed, into the playground. The dog stopped at the gate. "Stupid dog! You can't get over this fence as easy, can you?" Rocco lifted the hasp with his nose and sauntered through the gate. "This Bud's for me," Rocco thought, with an amused bark. Oh, as far as last words go, Bud could have chosen better. The chase was over right there. A quick lunge and a quicker bite. Fireworks bloomed overhead as Rocco worked his muzzle inside the hoodlum's ribcage. He pulled his head back and licked his lips. Smoker lungs. Yuck. He sniffed the air. "Where'd you get to, Lenny?" "Bud? Where'd you go, pal?" Lenny called out in his nasal whine. "Don't make it too hard on me or anything." "Come on, Bud, quit goofing around," Timmy added. Rocco looked at the corpse and grabbed an ankle, dragging it into the culvert. Tiny lights shimmered in the darkness of the man-made cave. Rocco barked at the critters. The rotund little bandits scampered from the darkened corners and gathered around Bud's remains. Rocco vocalized some more and the creatures chittered happily. Raccoons and dogs have a similar language and similar tastes. They went to work of disposing his garbage while he returned to the hunt. Rocco crept along the houses trying to avoid the street lamps. The cacophonous celebration of independence made his ears ring and his head pound. He sniffed the air trying to ascertain his quarry's direction. The sulphurous fallout of the firecrackers drifted across the neighborhood in a fog that masked their pungent stench. He was sure they were near. A tube rolled across the sidewalk. Rocco looked at it quizzically. It looked just like the rolls Ryan's butt paper came on, except it had a fuse. Oh. The homemade firecracker detonated with a ferocity that drowned out everything else in the neighborhood. Bits of concrete pelted Rocco's fur, and the force of the blast made the street swirl chaotically before his eyes. He slumped over in the grass and stared up at the mulberry bush leaning over him. The scent of his smoldering mane drifted across his nose. "We got him, Lenny!" Timmy hollered. "Go make sure he's dead!" Lenny slid a long cardboard tube from his backpack and held the lighter close to the fuse. Roman candle. Rocco suppressed a growl. Sons of bitches brought the Roman candles. Rocco played dead and watched the teen draw closer. He waited for the moment to move. The porch light kicked on and the screen door's aluminum frame banged against the house as the homeowner came storming outside. Lenny looked up at the shouting old man wearing nothing but an open bathrobe and froze in place. Rocco's head popped up and his lips curled back away from his fangs. Well-maintained and pearly white thanks to his special dental treats. Lenny yelped and struck the lighter. "You little
bastards want to shoot your dang-nabbed bangerangs at my house? I'll learn you something, the geriatric shouted with his fist pumping in the air. Rocco lunged forward. Multicolored fireballs blasted from the tube in sequence. Rocco juked left, then right. He zigzagged between the pyrotechnic pummeling of the handheld terror. Lenny dropped the tube before it was even finished expending its payload and turned to run. Another explosion filled the air and Lenny howled in pain before collapsing to the ground. Rocco stood over the sobbing boy. His butt was bleeding and the subtle scent of salt tickled Rocco's nose. Jostling human manhood wiggled next to his head. The collie looked up slowly to see the homeowner standing next to him with the shotgun resting on his shoulder.
That's a good boy. This mean little crotch dumpling was chasing you with those stupid old fireworks, wasn't he?
The old man patted Rocco's head.
A bum full of rock salt will learn him right quick. Yes, sir.
Rocco wasn't sure how he felt about the sudden turn of events, but Timmy was getting away. He licked the old man's hand in gratitude, and the bitter tinge of Ben Gay made his tongue go numb and loll from the side of his mouth.
Oh, you're a sweet boy. You better get on home before your kiddos start missing you.
Shit. He gave a bark of agreement. Good call, crazy naked man. Ryan will be home soon. Rocco dashed along the sidewalk, honing in on Timmy's cologne and the bag full of high explosives. They didn't smell like Ryan's fireworks. They were more pungent. He remembered his time at the lab. Sometimes the hunts were augmented with different smells. The crackpots made him chase a group, but he could only attack the guy that smelled like drugs and bombs. Hey, wait a second. The memory of the scents came crashing back to him. That's why those brownies smelled so familiar. Rocco decided not to worry about the ingredients in the baked goods and to focus on the scent of gunpowder instead. Timmy was fast, for a human. The gravel driveway led him to the quaint little house, and the odor of odious ordnances hung heavily over the yard. Rocco looked across the expanse for any sign of his prey, but it seemed as empty as it was vast. There was a shed sitting closer to the house, and he eased toward it when the silhouette of a backpack caught his eye. Rocco observed the shed again. A heavy lock hung from the door. No, that's not right, he realized. Timmy couldn't lock it back from the inside. He turned away and went to the bag. A structure rose from the middle of the yard a dozen feet away. Rocco circled the round stone tube sticking out of the ground. He put his paws on the lip and peered over the edge into the well. Timmy Treadwell hung over the edge and cried loudly at the sight of Rocco's mane blowing in the midnight breeze. The dog's dark eyes glanced at Timmy's hands, clinging desperately to the stonework. Not just at his hands, his thumbs. Rocco clamped down on Timmy's opposable digits one after the other, and the boy slipped away with a screech that disappeared as the water engulfed him. Gurgles and frenzied splashing echoed up the shaft. Until they didn't. Oh no, somebody help! Rocco trotted away, jolly. Timmy's fallen down the well. The blue sedan pulled into the driveway shortly after sunup. Rocco looked up, expecting another false alarm, but saw the puffy plume of hair bobbing on top of the driver's head and knew it was Ryan's mom. He gave the air a sniff to verify and found the stench of her Aquanet, a welcome torment. He discarded his bone over the side of the porch. The best part was on the outside anyway. She opened the back of the car and Ryan stepped out with his hand tightly wrapped in an oversized bandage. His face was sad, until he saw the ball of fur running to meet him. Ryan dropped to his knees as Rocco rushed into his arms. I knew you'd be worried, boy. Of course I was. You're my human. I'll always worry about you. We're never having fireworks again. Ryan kissed the dog's snout. I love you, Rocco. I love you too. Ryan's mom screamed and it made both of them jump. Rocco spun quickly and relaxed. She was staring down at the thumbs he'd brought home to replace Ryan's. One of them was sure to fit.
People Can Lick Too by Rob Fields.
I was having some hot sex with my girlfriend, Jensen Mirren, in my bedroom at the house. We came here to finish our date. I'd been seeing Jensen since the start of junior year at Strickfield University, about 3 months after I broke up with Sylvia Charmer. Man, fuck. Just thinking about that. Creepy girl. Suddenly, I felt Jensen shove me off of her. I fell to the floor and was greeted by my dog, Sparky, who was usually lying underneath my bed. I got up and saw Jensen's angry look. "You're thinking about her again, Zach," she snapped. "I wasn't," I started to protest. "Yes, you were," she interrupted. "I know because you don't make love to me with passion whenever you're thinking about her." She looked at me like she'd just found out I was still sleeping with Sylvia. I mean, I wasn't. That was just how she looked. "I know I'm not as hot as her, I get it." I got back on the bed with her. A tear was streaming down her cheek. "Why do you still love her, Zach? You're with me, but you still love her. Why?" I quickly snatched Jensen to me. "I don't love her. I love you." Jensen shook her head quickly. No, you still keep thinking about Sylvia." Jensen pulled away from me and got off the bed. She grabbed her clothes and got dressed. Then she stormed out. I could hear her crying as she reached the front door and left. Sigh. Jensen was wrong. Okay, yes, I still thought about Sylvia Charmer, but not because I was still madly in love with her. Yes, Jensen was right about Sylvia being one nicely stacked girl. I mean, Sylvia was both hot and wild. Just seeing her flaming red hair and glowing green eyes was enough to put you under her spell. I mean, Sylvia could have had any guy she wanted, but she had her eyes on me the day we started our freshman year at Strickfield University. It started with us talking. Then it was a coffee date. Then we were at her house and in her bed. Right after the coffee date. For almost 2 years, the two of us burned each other's beds from all the hot sex we were having. And I know what you're thinking. Why would I break up with someone as sizzling as Sylvia Charmer? I'm sure you'd quickly point out that she's also rich and independent, but it's what you don't know. One day, after sophomore year was over, Sylvia invited me to her house to spend the afternoon with her. Her plan was for us to hang out at her indoor pool. I got to her house, let myself in like she texted me to do. I knew I'd find her in her bedroom. When I did find her, I about shit myself. She was lying on her bed in her bikini, and she had fucking snakes moving all over her body. Yeah, that's right. She had several snakes hissing and slithering all over her body. They weren't just any household snakes either, if there is such a thing. First one I noticed was the rattlesnake on her belly. I knew another one was a black mamba because we'd just seen one in the zoology lab on the other side of Strickfield University during a class. I'll never forget that king cobra that was rubbing up against the side of her face. And don't even get me started on that huge boa constrictor. When I gasped, the snakes looked at me all at once. They didn't move to attack me, though. Sylvia just sat up casually. "Oh, hi, Zach." Then she picked up the king cobra like anybody could have easily done it. That was the whole creepy thing right there. None of those fucking snakes ever once attacked Sylvia. I didn't give Sylvia time to explain. I just turned and got the fuck out of that house and never looked back. In fact, I never went to Sylvia's part of town ever again. Sylvia tried to get with me to explain, but I didn't want to hear her. I blocked her number on my phone. I blocked her on social media. I wouldn't see her when she came to my house. I even avoided her on campus. I just wasn't going to deal with her creepy shit. It had taken a few months before Sylvia finally got the hint. Or so I thought. Getting to Jensen Mirren, I ended up taking a liking to her when she was assigned my lab partner in my zoology class at the start of junior year. Things started off about the same as with Sylvia. Just talking, a coffee date. But this time we went on a few actual real dates before we started sleeping together. I also found out later that this girl was rich too. Now, I don't want you thinking I only dated rich girls. That was just how things turned out. Sylvia Charmer soon came back into the picture. She found out I was seeing Jensen and decided to confront me. In fact, she surprised me in one of the campus science labs. I stayed late on a Friday afternoon to get some work done. I didn't even see she'd come into the lab until she was a good 6 feet away. And wouldn't you know it, she was cradling one of her fucking snakes. A copperhead. Sylvia's green eyes practically burned right through me. So, this is how it is, Zach? I really thought you were a decent guy, but you're just like all the others. The second you find out what my one flaw is, you just turn tail and run. Not only run, but run into another girl's waiting tits. I staggered back when the copperhead looked right at me and started to move. Oh shit. Sylvia turned and gently put the snake down on one of the tables beside her. Petting its head, she told it, "You behave now, Copy, and stay right here." The snake just looked right at her as if it understood exactly what Sylvia told it to do. Then Sylvia turned her attention back to me. "Now, we're going to talk things through here. We were together for 2 years. You owe me that." I laid it out for her and told her how she creeped me out with her snakes. I drilled her by asking if she let her snakes roam free in her house. I even asked her what would have happened if one of them would have bit me while we would have been making love at her house. Sylvia looked pissed. "So, you dumped me just because of my snakes? My snakes are my pets, my friends. Nobody loves, appreciates, and understands snakes the way I do. My babies would never have hurt you in any way. Not unless you tried to hurt me or them." Her eyes burned right through me again. "I did nothing wrong except love you with all my heart and soul for 2 years. When I finally decided to reveal this part of who I am to you, you fucking turned your back on me. You really hurt me, Zach, badly. Is that all I ever was to you? Hot sex?" I shook my head. "It wasn't like that, Sylvia. I really loved you, but seeing you like that with those snakes all over you, I'm sorry, but I just can't be with you." I didn't realize how dangerously close Sylvia was to me now. Her face was just a few inches from mine, her eyes gently wrapped around me. Before I knew it, those amazingly soft lips were right on mine. My mind drifted back to our first kiss after our coffee date. It was exactly like this. My arms moved around her on their own. I couldn't stop kissing her. Then I felt her tongue slithering into my mouth. I cried out in terror and shoved her so hard that she fell onto her side. I pointed down at her. "Get the fuck away from me!" Then her snake lifted itself and hissed loudly at me, making me scream. I picked up a lab pan and smashed the snake with it. I didn't even hear Sylvia's screams or protest. When the snake fell on the floor, I stomped on its head and crushed it. I didn't stop stomping until I knew for sure it was dead. My heart never pounded so hard in my life. I turned to look at Sylvia. Tears were streaming down her face as she slowly pulled herself up. "You bastard! You fucking son of a bitch!" Sylvia lashed out and shoved me as hard as she could. Now I was on the floor. "And to think I still loved you and wanted you back!" She lowered herself and gently cradled her bloody, dead snake into her arms. "Copy," she sobbed. Sylvia looked back at me. Her eyes burned through me, hotter than ever. "Hurting me was one thing, but you crossed the line today, Zach." Then she screamed, "I fucking hate you! I will get my revenge on you for Copy." She sobbed again as she left with her dead snake. Funny thing, ever since that day, Jensen had really been acting strange. She seemed more possessive now. She didn't wait for me to ask her out anymore. She'd come and approach me for dates. She even got more aggressive in the bedroom. She'd gotten to the point where she would actually grab my hair or run her nails down my back when we'd fuck. I was on my bed and kept thinking about everything that had happened that day in the lab with Sylvia and her snake. I let my arm drop off the bed when I felt something wet brush across my fingers. I gasped and quickly got off the bed and stood at the doorway. A few seconds later, I saw the head of my dog rise from the other side of the bed. Jesus, Sparky! I got back on the bed and let my German Shepherd climb up and lay down with me. Then I scratched his head the way I knew he liked it. Crazy dog, always under my bed. But no matter how many times Sparky was underneath my bed and licking my hand, I could never forget how Sylvia's eyes just kept burning through me whenever we crossed paths on campus. She'd said she'd get revenge on me for killing her snake, and now I had to deal with Jensen's possessiveness. The last time Jensen and I fucked, she grabbed my hair and literally slammed my head into the headboard. Then she said something that was hard to forget. "You're mine, Zach. You're mine and mine alone. Don't you ever forget that." I swear, she looked so evil when she said that. I still had the goose egg from the headboard to go with the fresh scratches on my back. "Man, Sparky, what have I gotten myself into with these girls?" I asked him. His response was to look at me and lick my hand again. A few weeks later, I came home to police cars and ambulances. I quickly raced to the front door, but a police officer wouldn't let me go in. He told me it wasn't safe. In fact, Sparky was standing next to the officer. Then I saw a few people who didn't quite fit the picture. Were those snake wranglers? I couldn't stop gulping as the officer told me what had happened. Apparently, my parents were unpacking from their business trip. My younger sister was doing her homework. There were fucking snakes in the house. Yeah, you heard right. I practically fell to my knees when I saw 3 body bags being loaded into 2 ambulances. It all happened so fast. One second I was talking to my parents over a video chat. The next, I'm finding out I'll never see my family again. The snake wranglers ended up finding and removing 12 poisonous snakes, all from the campus zoology lab. I knew it had to be Sylvia. She was the only one I knew who had any kind of access to snakes. Then, a funny thing crossed my mind. Don't ask me why, but here was some irony when it came to my family. They actually thought the world of Sylvia, but they couldn't stand Jensen. Sylvia and my sister got along great. My family never told me who to see, but they always voiced their feelings on all my girlfriends. Sylvia wanted revenge on me, but coming after my family like that? She went too far. The only way for me to stop Sylvia was to confront her. I was lying on my bed deciding how to do it. I put my hand down and felt Sparky lick it. I took a deep breath and got off the bed. I decided to get my dad's gun. Snakes or no snakes, things were going to end with Sylvia. Tonight. Suddenly, Jensen came into my room. She was wearing a very sexy dress and had a large purse hanging over her shoulder. "Jensen, now's not a good time," I told her. She responded by shoving me onto the bed. "From now on, you will make the time for me, Zach Jenner." Then she was on top of me and sitting on me. "You will only have time for me now, my love." Before I could protest, she struck and wrapped her hands around my neck. "I saw you kissing that fucking bitch in the science lab. How dare you go behind my back? I gave you my heart and my body. You're mine. Mine!" Her hands squeezed around my neck tighter. "Your family always hated me. Even your fucking sister was quite vocal to me. Your family would have separated us, and I could never allow that." Jensen let go of my neck and got off of me. She quickly snatched up her purse and glared at me. I was never good enough for you, was I? It was always about Sylvia Kramer, wasn't it? I stood up and looked at her with horror. You killed my family? Jensen raised the purse in front of her. And now I'm going to kill you. If I can't have you, no one can, and Sylvia Charmer will take all the blame. When she opened the purse, a black mamba shot out and looked right at me. As close as Jensen was to me, I knew I was as good as dead once that snake bit me. Then I heard a loud bark as Sparky jumped onto my bed. "Sparky, no! Get out of here, boy!" The black mamba suddenly turned and sank its fangs into Jensen's forearm. She shrieked, "Oh God, no!" She dropped the purse and managed to get the snake off of her, but it quickly struck again and bit her face. I quickly shot across from my bed and opened my window. I got Sparky to go through, then I followed him. Good thing we were on the first floor. I looked back inside to see that Jensen had fallen to the floor. I got out my phone and called 911. The next night, I was sleeping in my bed. I woke up when I heard a loud dripping noise. I groaned and then put my hand down. As usual, Sparky licked it. I tried to get back to sleep, but that dripping was just too loud. I got out of bed and went across the hall to the bathroom. I turned on the light and screamed when I saw my dog was hanging on the shower nozzle by his neck. Sparky's blood was dripping onto the shower floor from his wounds. Then I saw the message on the mirror, written in Sparky's blood. People can lick too. I felt my heart drop fast. I turned to see Sylvia Charmer standing in the doorway now, her boa constrictor wrapped around her like a fur. "Hi, Zach. I told you I'd have my revenge for you killing Copy." I was speechless. I knew Jensen was crazy. Dead now, but crazy. But Sylvia? Once again, Sylvia's green eyes burned right through me. Before I could say anything, she raised her leg and kicked me hard in the gut. I staggered backward and fell into the shower. I was lying in Sparky's blood. But what really scared the shit out of me now was seeing those sickening movements in Sparky's corpse right above me. My eyes were wide open and I gulped hard. "That's right, Zach. I got my revenge by killing your dog. What's sad is that I really loved Sparky and it hurt me to have to kill him, but you killed Copy." She produced a sharp knife, the one she'd killed Sparky with. "And my babies want revenge too. After all, Copy was family. Revenge is a bitch, isn't it? This is for Copy, you murdering piece of shit." Using the knife, she sliced open Sparky's stomach with one movement. I screamed like hell as a bunch of poisonous snakes hissed loudly as they dropped right on me. After feeling one snake bite after another, after another, after another, I knew this was the end.
The Worm Has Turned by David O'Hanlon.
Penn scratched at the burgundy paint of the park's picnic table with his thumbnail. He hated waiting almost as much as he hated being broke. Unfortunately for him, waiting was the only way his bills were getting paid. Penn's employment history consisted entirely of community service and 8 years on a prison farm. Carjacking and armed robbery didn't look great under the special skills portion of his resume, so he waited. "Hi," a tiny voice squeaked beside him. "I'm Ed." Penn looked over at the boy, who had slipped onto the bench beside him. He was scrawny, with oversized glasses and a shaggy mop of brown hair that filled the space between the lens and his eyes. His shirt was striped intentionally with horizontal bars of color, and unintentionally with vertical runs of ketchup. The offending condiment was drying around his mouth where it seemed to break away into the constellations of freckles that covered his entire face. Penn sighed. There was no way this kid had any friends to go bother instead of him. "You don't look like an Ed," Penn said. "Here with your folks?" "Nope," Ed replied. He stared up at Penn, clearly not intending on giving up more information. "What's your name, mister?" "Everyone calls me Penn." Penn hadn't meant to answer, but part of him felt the need to give the kid a break. Life clearly wasn't. "Shouldn't you be playing? The swings look fun," he suggested. "I'm allergic to just about everything, and I have basically no immune system," Ed shrugged his narrow shoulders. "The swings give me motion sickness anyway." "Then why are you at the park?" "Got nowhere else to be. Mom says her cats are allergic to me too and that I should give them a break. What about you?" Ed scooped the hair to the side of his glasses so he could see a little better. "You're too old for swings." "First of all, no one is too old for swings." Penn held up 2 fingers. "Secondly, I'm working." Ed nodded sagely. "What job has you sit in a park?" "The kind that requires solitude." "Oh," Ed sighed. "I'd be really good at that job." "Jesus Christ, kid." Penn pinched the bridge of his nose. "I've seen Lifetime movies that were less depressing than you are. Do you want some food?" "I just had 3 hot dogs," Ed chirped happily. Penn looked the frail little boy over suspiciously. "Where'd you put them? In your pockets?" "I have a really high metabolism. I can't gain weight." Ed's face soured, then perked back up. "It's kinda nice because I could eat all the ice cream I wanted, if I wasn't lactose intolerant." Penn's eyes rolled on their own. "Of course you are. Is there anything you don't have wrong with you?" "It's probably safe to say I don't have gigantism," Ed snickered. Penn's stone face cracked and he busted out laughing. He patted Ed on the shoulder. "Well done, kid." Ed poked Penn's right forearm. "That's a neato tattoo. Does it mean anything?" Penn glanced at the arabesque design whose floral pattern twisted from the back of his hand to just past his elbow, with a lion-like creature roaring in the center. "Yeah, it's Burmese. That's where my grandmother was from. She raised me, so I did this to remember her. She had an amulet with the same symbol that she wore everywhere. She said it was magic and protected her from evil." "That's nifty. Do you believe in magic?" "Not particularly. You?" "Of course." Ed took a bag of gummy worms from his cargo pants and set them on the table. "Today is National Gummy Worm Day." "That a real thing?" Penn asked. "Sure." Ed opened the bag and plucked out a red and green worm. He put it between his buck teeth and slurped it into his mouth with a giggle. Penn smiled at the boy. It wasn't an expression he got to use much. "I guess that's the kind of holiday I could get behind." "It's also Give Something Away Day." "I'm generally on the other side of that one." Penn snagged one of the boy's worms with a wink. "Then you're in luck." Ed took another bag of worms and set it in front of Penn. "I want to give you these." Penn's eyebrow lurched at the gesture. "Why?" "Because that way I can celebrate both holidays at once. It's more efficient." "No, I meant, why give them to me?" Penn stared at the bag like it might explode. "There's plenty of kids here." Ed turned on the little bench and waved a bony hand across the expanse of the park. Kids shrieked and ran around. Old men played chess under the trees. Couples picnicked in the open areas, and a group of teens sold pot next to the forgotten volleyball court. Ed slurped another worm. "We're the only 2 that are here alone," he said between chewy bites. "I think that makes you worth sharing with." "Correction, you're a Hallmark movie." Penn rubbed the kid's head. "Guess we're not alone now." "Thanks, Ed." "No problem." Ed pointed at a man walking toward them with a large envelope tucked under his arm and a gravestone expression on his square face. "That guy needs friends more than I do." "Oh shit." Penn stood up and dug in his pocket for a second. He pulled out his last $5 bill. "That's my boss. Happy Give Something Away Day. Now, go get you some non-dairy ice cream." "Don't forget your worms. I think you're gonna need them." Ed smiled and took the money. "Want to hang out tomorrow?" Penn tucked the gummy worms into his pocket and nodded. "Yeah, kid. We'll meet here tomorrow. Same time." Ed checked his watch, which was struggling to stay over his hand. "Roger that." Ed jumped up and hugged Penn around the waist. Penn stood perfectly still, not sure what to do before deciding on a simple pat on the back. "Stay safe, Ed." He walked away from the boy and went to meet the grim gentleman. "Bye, Penn." Ed waved frantically and trotted away. "Who the fuck is that?" the man asked with a nod in Ed's direction. "An undercover cop," Penn replied. "He's really good, don't you think?" "Listen, wise-ass, I can find any number of cons to get in on this. I'm talking to you as a favor, so when I ask a question, you give a straight answer." "Chill, Richter." Penn took the envelope from him. "He's just a lonely kid looking for someone to talk to." "No shit he's lonely. Look at the little loser," Richter said. "I've seen bigger abortions." Penn smacked his lips and turned the envelope over in his hand. "You know, just because we're criminals doesn't mean we have to be pricks." Richter smiled at him. It wasn't the kind of smile Penn shared with Ed. It was the kind Penn saw on inmates right before they stuck a sharpened toothbrush in someone's throat. The expression was a morbid scar across Richter's face, and his words oozed like septic pus. "I heard you tell him to be back here tomorrow. Maybe you were just being nice, but he'll be here regardless. You're going to do your homework and be ready for my boys to pick you up, and you're going to cut the biggest dick in the cell block routine." Richter pressed 2 fingers into Penn's chest and leaned closer. "Or tomorrow, I'm going to come here and I'm going to rip that little boy's guts out to decorate the goddamn seesaw. This job goes off, smooth and by the numbers. Say yes, sir, and get moving." Penn glanced at Ed, waiting in line for the ice cream. "Yes, sir." The job was not going smooth or by the numbers. Richter's boys showed up at Penn's apartment and took him to the fancy downtown apartments. The 3 of them rode the elevator to the 17th floor in their AES coveralls, with their respective equipment stashed in toolboxes marked with the electric company's logo. Only, the 17th floor didn't look like the pictures in Richter's packet. The 3 men panned their flashlights around the darkened space. Penn noticed the painter's drop clothes on the floor and the paper that masked the windows from the overspray first. Then he noticed the lack of overspray. Where there were supposed to be apartments, there was only exposed pipes, conduit, and 2x4s marking off their future locations. Not only were the units unlived in, but they were nowhere near ready to be painted. "Anyone else got a bad feeling about this?" Penn asked. "Zip it," the larger man on the crew said in a voice like shattering glass, high and coarse with an accent of danger it brought. "Maybe we got the wrong floor." "Yeah, I'm sure that's it," the others reassured him. Sweat beaded his brow above the snake tattoo that cut down the left side of his face. "We just got off on the wrong floor." "You're both idiots," Penn grunted. "Unless we're stealing power tools, we're in the wrong building. The package said this place was fully rented." "Obviously, they didn't count the floors that were under construction," the big one said. Penn leaned on the frame of a future kitchen counter and dug the bag of gummy worms from his pocket. "When one of you geniuses figures out which floor we're supposed to be on, let me know. How about that?" "What are you doing?" the man with the face tat asked. "Taking lunch." Penn put a pair of delectable worms in his mouth. He shook the bag in his direction. "I should probably share since it's Give Something Away Day." "That a real thing?" Snakeface asked. "Of course!" Penn swallowed half the mouthful. "It's also Gummy Worm Day. No one thinks the drop clothes are out of place here?" "They're in the perfect place," someone said. The words carried through the darkened hallway like a chill breeze that slapped Penn across the face. He recognized the voice. It sounded different, but there was an unforgettable ice in the tone. It was the same tone he'd used when he threatened Ed at the park. Penn eased his toolbox onto the unfinished counter. Richter was hiding in the shadows. Penn's thumb worked the latch blindly while he tried to spot his benefactor. The metallic snap of the pistol action was all the sound they heard. The big man went down with a cry. The drop cloth soaked up the arterial spray as fast as it could gush from the hole in his neck. Another subsonic suppressed shot struck Snakeface in the knee, and a third caught him in the hip. The toolbox toppled with a crash, and Penn's hopes disappeared, as fast as the revolver skittering across the bare concrete. He dipped into the alcove and tossed his flashlight in a lazy arc so it looked like he ran away. The diversion didn't work. There wasn't another shot. The loud clack of a switch being thrown illuminated the construction site. Penn chanced to look in the direction of the gunfire. A naked man sauntered down the corridor, as if he weren't committing mass murder. No, that wasn't right. It wasn't a naked man. It was Richter, wearing the skin of a naked man. The neck hole sagged loosely away from Richter's throat, giving the costume away. Thick black stitches danced across the patchwork suit, uniting islands of tattooed skin. Snakeface was crying louder, and the big guy was growing quieter. He stripped off his beanie and pressed it to the pulsing neck wound. His bald head was adorned with faded flames. Penn stared at them for a moment, then back at the approaching lunatic. Between the tribal art of the flesh sleeve and the silenced pistol in Richter's right hand was his own bare forearm. Penn's eyes flicked to his own, and his stomach threatened to purge itself at the realization. The three thieves were the missing accessories for Richter's psycho-chic outfit. Penn backed away from the opening, groping wildly for the revolver. His hand landed on the cellophane bag of gummy worms instead. He gripped them tightly. Richter would go after Ed, even if he got what he wanted. Penn took another hunkered step back, and his heel bumped the walnut grip of the Bulldog 44. The subtle sound of the steel spinning on the concrete warmed his heart. "Come out, Penn!" Richter hissed. Penn's fingers curled around the weapon, and he eased through a gap in the 2x4s. The big thief made it to his feet only to plummet straight back to the floor with an anticlimactic plop. Richter looked like a man on a Sunday stroll as he made his way to Snakeface. He knelt on the man's back and set his pistol on the floor. Penn hadn't noticed the object in Richter's other hand until it reflected in the work lights. The polished sweep of German steel gleamed with malevolent purpose before disappearing into warm meat. "Shh! So much screaming, Sean. Just be cool." Richter drew the blade from his kidney and pressed the edge to the snake's tail. "Be cool. Give me some skin." Penn bit his lip until it bled in a vain attempt to calm himself. Between his ever-quickening pulse and the breath he held onto for dear life, his chest felt like it was about to explode. He watched helplessly from the shadows of the soon-to-be dining nook. Snakeface, Sean, screamed weakly while Richter worked the blade along the cheekbone and scraped the artwork from his face. "Do you like to watch, Penn?" Richter asked. "No shame in that. You can't escape. Your fate is escapable, but the amount of pain you endure is dependent on whether or not you come out here and accept it." He held the severed flesh up to examine it in the light. He pressed it to his cheek and shuddered with an ecstatic moan. "I really wish you'd given me something a bit more useful, kid," Penn whispered while he flexed his fingers around the bag of gummy worms. He eased back the pistol's hammer and lobbed the bag like a grenade. The delicious fruit-flavored snacks struck a light and dislodged the bulb, casting darkness over the macabre scene. Richter rolled away from Sean, snatched his pistol from the floor, and fired in one deft motion. Penn's second attempt at distraction failed more spectacularly than the first. It only gave away his location. In fact, his vision flared from pain of the tiny bullet tearing his ear in half. He fired at Richter, but the flesh-adorned fiend moved too quickly, and the bullet struck nothing but shadow. Then he disappeared entirely. Penn pressed a hand to his wounded ear and made his way through the wilderness of wooden framework like a big-game hunter. He tried to anticipate Richter's path, but pain and fear overrode higher brain function. He knelt into darkness and opened the cylinder of the revolver, dumping the cartridges into his bloody palm, and sighed. He laid the 5 empty casings on the floor silently and slipped his last bullet into the chamber. "Hey, Penn!" Richter called out. The empty space made his voice echo in every direction. "Didn't you say it was give something away day? Here's your opportunity. It's such a pretty piece of flesh." "Oh, I'm gonna give you something, Richter," Penn whispered and eased the cylinder shut, right between the eyes. Penn continued his search. Something banged behind him. He spun with the weapon ready. There were less lights. Another one crashed to the floor and cast the entire area into an obsidian void. Skin slapped frantically across concrete as Richter sprinted somewhere in the other direction. Penn's mind raced with the terrifying thought of Richter having an accomplice moving in the abyss. Something stirred with a wet, disgusting slurp. Penn's stomach twisted. The reptilian part of his brain told him to run straight for the elevator. Until it wasn't an option anymore. Richter's blade bit into the back of his thigh and unzipped the muscle. A plumber's bright red wrench dislodged the pistol from Penn's hand. Richter kicked him in the chest, sending him crashing through the framework and to the floor. The wrench clanged next to his head, and Richter placed a victorious foot on the thief's chest. "I always get what I want, Penn. The only thing your little game did was ensure that you'd still be awake when I take it." Richter stomped on Penn's ribs until he heard the wet pop of the breakage. Penn rolled to his side and coughed between pained groans. More lights went out. He tried to crawl away even though he'd seen the futility of it twice in the last 15 minutes. That damn noise came back. Moist, sickly, peeling, somewhere out there in the expanding gloom. Richter stepped over him and towards the darkness. "Did you bring someone else?" Richter growled. "Who's out there?" Penn forced himself to sit up. Knowing the new arrival wasn't a friend of Richter's was somehow scarier. He cried out as a new pain fought for dominance over the surmounting wounds. He held up his arm, but saw no injury. Only his tattoo. The burning intensified and rushed along the floral sprawl. The ink wept from his pores like black rain falling around the mystical lion. The drops ignited as they rolled off his arm and splashed to the floor. Penn's broken ribs raged in retaliation to his terrified screams. Someone else was screaming too. Penn peeled his eyes away from the melting tattoo and looked at Richter. The lunatic was twirling about, shouting profanities and half questions. Waves of color swirled across the floor in red and green pools just ahead of the creature. A moment before, Penn didn't believe anything would ever surprise him again if he survived the night. The 15-foot gummy worm proved him wrong. Richter slashed at the worm and the blade parted the gelatin with no effect except a wet smack. It dipped away from another cut and slithered grotesquely around the killer. It constricted around his body and towered over him, looking down at its ensnared prey with a featureless head. The blank red end pulsated and split into a gaping maw that slid over Richter's body. Penn watched Richter struggle and scream soundlessly inside the colored, translucent torso of the gummy monster. The struggle made an awkward mac and cheese squish in the otherwise silent construction site. Penn forced himself up, keeping his eyes on the beast. The silver tip of Richter's fillet blade poked through the gelatinous material and dragged down. Richter pressed his arms through, then his head. Penn limped backward to the elevator. The beast squirmed wildly as Richter removed himself in a twisted cesarean rebirth. He dropped to the floor with a scream that was part victory and part agony. His skin suit smoked and peeled away from his own bright red flesh. Richter's lips sagged away from his teeth. His blonde hair fell away in clumps and the screams became all about agony. Acidic, fruity fumes drifted toward Penn, fueling his need to escape. The mouth of the oversized fruit snack slurped around Richter's feet. "Happy Gummy Worm Day, motherfucker!" Penn jabbed the elevator call button. The green tail end of the worm swung around, parted, and slid over Richter's head until the creature formed a flavorful Ouroboros with the lunatic dissolving inside. The elevator dinged and Penn fell through the doors, leaving Richter to his fate. Ed's face split into a toothy smile as Penn limped toward the picnic table on his crutches. Penn looked at the bench below him, an option for sitting on the table, instead of attempting the plunge. He rubbed the broken ribs and returned the boy's smile. "I told you we'd hang out today." "Yeah," Ed's eyes teared up. "No one ever hung out with me twice before. I'm glad you're okay." "I guess I had a little help from a friend." Ed giggled. "The red and green ones are my favorites." "I got a lot of questions, Ed. Magic is just a toy without a battery." The boy patted Penn's blank forearm. "Want to go get some hot dogs?" Penn grimaced as he stood and tilted his head toward the hot dog cart across the greenway. "Of course we need to get some hot dogs. You have a very high metabolism." The highest! Ed jumped up and hugged Penn. Thank you for coming back. There's nowhere else I'd rather be, kid. Penn tousled Ed's hair. Just one thing that's bothering me. What's that? There's no more crazy holidays coming up soon, are there? Plenty of them. Today is actually Corn Fritter Day. Ed took a bag from his pocket and removed the last gummy worm from it. He looked at it thoughtfully before slurping it up like spaghetti. Next month, there's National Clown Day. Clown Day? Penn stopped in his tracks. How about we just skip that one? Yeah, that one's a little creepy, Ed nodded and tucked the empty bag into his pocket. A cool breeze brought a momentary reprieve from the July heat. A frisbee flew across their path, with a golden retriever in hot pursuit. Penn looked around the park at the old men playing chess, the teens selling weed, and the kids playing games. Then he glanced at Ed. No one was there alone anymore. The two friends continued their arduous journey to the hot dog vendor, laughing and carrying on. Ed clapped his hands excitedly as they arrived. A sandwich board was painted with a picture of a dancing sausage. Would you look at that, Penn? Next Wednesday is National Hot Dog Day.
The Chain of Time by Killian Crane.
Andrew Lead felt like a freshly poured fountain drink. From his blonde curls to his pudgy 12-year-old belly, he absolutely fizzed. He was blind to the children enjoying recess around him on the playground of Pine Mill Middle School. His entire world was a bridge of grass to Claire Ellis. Claire sat in the front corner of his class. Andrew, who would never admit it to anyone, found himself looking at her more often than the whiteboard. She faced away from him, staring into the expansive forest behind the school. She had brown hair held up in a long ponytail by a pink ribbon. He knew he had no business talking to a girl like her, but he decided that morning that he would ask her if she'd like to go to the Gumbo Festival with him. He just couldn't seem to move his feet. He finessed past several crinkling snack wrappers and drew his brass pocket watch. Flipped open, it showed there was still 15 minutes of recess. As he tried to put the watch away, the chain went taut and flew from his hand. Bewildered, Andrew turned to see Thomas Daniels. Thomas jiggled the watch, making it glint wildly. "What you doing, chubber?" Thomas asked. Andrew's fist clenched. "Thomas, please, just give it back." "Oh, I will," Thomas jeered. He swung the watch evenly. "If you can catch me." Andrew saw Claire still staring into the woods, and then focused on Thomas. He made a clumsy lunge and Thomas pulled it taut, palming the watch, then letting it fall free again as if he was walking the dog with a yo-yo. "Try again, fatty." Andrew did, but Thomas still held the watch. "Cut it out, Thomas!" The metal grazed Andrew's fingers before it was pulled free a third time. Children gathered around to watch the spectacle. Thomas, the circus master, led Andrew in a wide circle like a prize animal. He teased. Andrew's face grew blood red with anger and effort. He charged head low. Thomas dodged and stuck his foot out to catch Andrew in an embarrassing trap. The crowd roared with approval as he thudded to the ground. He struggled to his feet, his heart limping in his chest. He put his hands over his head, fighting the need to puke. "Look at those fat titties," one kid squealed. Andrew, instantly shamed, covered his chest with his hands. "Who said that?" he squeaked, spinning around, trying not to jostle himself. No one answered. They simply pointed and laughed. Thomas spun the pocket watch high above his head, cocking his arm to throw it when an adult voice cut through the laughs of the children. "What is going on here?" Miss Minner demanded. The circle fell instantly silent, her eyes locked onto Thomas. "Office, Mr. Daniels. Everyone else back inside. Recess is over." There was a collective groan as the crowd headed for class. Thomas flung the watch hard into Andrew's chest. Once the watch was safe, Andrew searched the crowd for Claire. He didn't see her pink bow anywhere. The tree line, like a storm on the horizon, loomed, silent and empty. 10 minutes into class, Claire still wasn't in her seat in the front corner. When he saw that Miss Minner still hadn't noticed, Andrew raised his hand. In the 5 weeks after Claire's disappearance, Andrew gained 20 pounds. He sat at the dinner table of his mother's small apartment watching a man who claimed to be an expert on the occult. The man waved his hands excitedly. In fact, people back then always kept precious metals on their person. Certain metals were believed to ward off the evil eye. Andrew's mother changed the channel to the news. The oven chimed, and soon a baking sheet packed end to end with French toast lay before Andrew. Crispy crusts, buttery middles, and the perfect amount of cinnamon. It was Andrew's favorite dessert. "Thank you, Mama," Andrew said as he dug in. She tousled his hair. "Love you, Gummy Bear." The Lead family hadn't always lived in a small apartment. Once upon a time, the Leads were the proud owners of a successful restaurant. Andrew's father ran the business and his mother was head chef. Andrew was the professional taste tester, if he finished his homework. Monday nights, when business was usually slow, they watched westerns at the bar. Despite great business, Andrew's father had made many mistakes with the money. The last thing Andrew ever heard his father say was, "It's getting where we can't even afford to feed him." The next morning, his father was gone. Andrew's mother sold the restaurant, their house, traded in her car, and moved them into an apartment. Despite their tight budget, she always made sure their son was fed. She cooked 3 hearty meals every day, with plenty of snacks in between. Shortly after his father left, Andrew began to gain weight. The telephone rang, and she quickly answered it. She looked over her shoulder before going out of the room to take the call in private. Andrew wiped his fingers clean and downed the last of his chocolate milk. On the television, the window over the reporter's shoulder faded into a picture of Claire sheepishly smiling. A piece of ice lodged itself in his heart, and the reporter's words drove the ice home. The search for Claire Ellis, 12-year-old daughter of James and Olivia Ellis, has been discontinued by authorities. Claire was last seen wandering into the woods behind Pine Hill Middle School. The Ellis family asks that anyone with information involving Claire's disappearance call the number below. Feet pattered from down the hall back into the living room. A candlelight vigil will be held Saturday at 6 p.m. at the Pine Hill Middle School. On behalf of all of us here at Channel 6 News, the channel abruptly changed to cartoons. Andrew's mother held out the remote, letting out a sharp breath as she replaced the phone. "I'm sorry you saw that, Gummy Bear. Let's not think about that tonight, okay?" But Andrew had thought of Claire every night. As far as the police had learned, Andrew was the last one to see Claire. Despite being full, he wanted something to snack on. He flipped open his brass pocket watch. It was only 7. His mother sounded like a cracked china cup as she spoke. "What's your watch say, cowboy?" The previous year, Andrew and his mother went to the movies and saw a vintage western. When the hero strode into town, 2 bad guys leveled their guns. The hero pulled out a brass pocket watch from his duster and said, "Will you look at that? It's high time things changed round here." He pulled his gun and shot the men down. Andrew had been overjoyed, clapping loud enough to draw "shh" from somewhere in the dark. On Christmas Day, Andrew had an exact replica of the watch. 7, "It's getting late," he told her, holstering the watch. Though he truly loved the watch, it reminded him of times with his father, watching westerns. They had been a family then, and Andrew, whether he meant to or not, had ruined that. He was the reason his father left. The more he thought about his failures, to his family, to Claire, the more he wanted to eat and forget. He rose and gave his mother a gentle hug. "I'm going to go to bed, Mama. I feel really tired." She hugged him back, and Andrew remembered a time when she had been able to wrap her arms all the way around him. "Good night, Gummy Bear. I'll have a big breakfast for you in the morning." "Sounds good, Mama. Love you." "Love you too." He drifted to his room, closing the door behind him. He no longer felt nice and full and sleepy. He felt fat. If he hadn't been fat, he wouldn't have been picked on by Thomas. He wouldn't have had a problem asking Claire to go to the gumbo festival with him. Claire wouldn't have disappeared. The large bag of pretzels he kept in his nightstand lay in his lap, open. He sat on his bed, watching the pocket watch tick away the seconds, silently eating the pretzels until they were gone. The next day, the children were allowed on the playground for the first time since the disappearance. Andrew sat at the edge of the forest eating from a plastic sleeve of mini donuts, watching the other kids play. Thomas was occupied humiliating another target. Behind Andrew, the new fence poles stood, but no fence barred the forest. During a lonely lunch 2 days before, Andrew heard Coach Bart say to another teacher, "Those guys building the fence are really dragging butt." In the distance, Thomas gave some poor soul an atomic wedgie, pulling him off the ground, feet kicking. "I wish I could help you, kid," Andrew said, around a mouthful of donut. A familiar voice hissed behind him. "You could help me, Andrew." He turned wide-eyed to see the back of Claire Ellis. She looked exactly the same as the day she disappeared, down to her long ponytail tied with a pink bow. "Claire?" She laughed. There was a scream from the playground, making Andrew wheel around. Coach Bart, who had taken Miss Minner's place as Andrew's teacher, had Thomas by the ear, marching him towards the school. A crowd of kids followed, cheering and laughing, when Andrew turned back to the forest. "Claire?" The smallest crescent of Claire's face peeked from behind a tree deep inside. "Claire, people have been real worried about you. Where have you been?" She grinned, saying nothing. The wrapper crinkled in his trembling hand. "You want a donut?" With a laugh, she turned and fled deeper into the woods. "Claire, wait!" he called out as he breached the tree line. She darted tree to tree, far ahead of him. Her giggles seemed to echo. When Andrew slowed, she stopped and watched him struggle to catch up. "Claire, please!" He wanted to go back to the playground and get an adult. But he pressed on, heaving and walking when he could no longer run, wheezing pleas for her to stop. She laughed in response and ran aimlessly deeper into the forest. His heart pumped madly, screaming at him to stop and turn back, but he couldn't. It was his fault that she got lost, and he wanted to make it right. Pollen danced in low orange rays between branches. Andrew was nervous to see the time. "Peekaboo," Claire said, disappearing behind a tree. He leaned on his knees, crushing the empty plastic sleeve. He had lost all the donuts running through the forest. "Claire, I don't know what you're doing, but we have to go back now. Your parents miss you." She beckoned in a low voice.
Save me, Andrew.
Apprehensively, he rounded the tree. He peeked, not seeing anyone. He called out to her, but only as echo answered. The dancing rays dimmed as the sky continued to redden. Andrew searched for his trail of donuts, first calling for Claire, then for anyone. When night fell, the forest stirred with sounds of things unseen. Andrew didn't dare call out. A stray branch Andrew couldn't see gouged him deeply into his arm. The pain and the fear and the sheer exhaustion forced him to his knees. The harvest moon, large and orange in the sky, was swallowed by an inky sea of clouds. Andrew huddled against a tree, sobbing, as total darkness fell. The creatures of the night reveled in the cold void. He curled inward on the itchy forest floor, shivering. Somewhere in his tears, time slowed to the pace of a bad nightmare. Then, as suddenly as the forest came alive, it went deathly silent. There was a click in the dark, followed instantly by blinding light. He put his hands to his face and cried out. As his eyes adjusted, he saw that it was a flashlight, held by an unseen figure. "Hello?" Andrew called out, still shielding his eyes. There was nothing. Acute panic filled his spine and his voice. Are you here to help me?" The forest floor crunched as the light approached. Andrew pressed against the tree, cornered. An angel gently placed her hand on his head. Her golden hair fell in strands around her white dress. Feeling her hand on his head, his muddy brown eyes locking with her emerald greens, his fear melted away. "My goodness," she said as she knelt. "What are you doing here?" Andrew sunk into the angel's shoulder, trying to speak between loud sobs. I'm lost, miss. I followed my friend and I can't find her now. Please help me. She rocked him in her arms, shushing him. The angel held his face in her hands and wiped streaming tears from his cheeks. What's your name, sweetie? He sniffled. I'm Andrew, ma'am. She helped him to his feet and shined the light under her face, illuminating a wide grin. My name is Agatha. She forced him to lock fingers with her. I heard someone crying in the dark. Children are always getting lost out here. Andrew wiped his nose on his sleeve. You live around here? Agatha leveled her face with his. Not far at all. Let's get you in the house and warmed up. They walked hand in hand, led by the flashlight. Ma'am? Andrew inquired apprehensively. You said a lot of kids get lost in these woods. I'm looking for my friend Claire. She went missing a few weeks ago. You haven't seen her, have you? Nope. Sorry, sweetie. In a clearing ahead of them was a small house. Warm electric light peeked from behind a curtained window, as well as a familiar cinnamon smell. He brightened. What is that? Agatha smiled warmly. I like to have a late-night treat sometimes. She led him up to the porch steps and opened the door. After you. The inside of the house was cozy and warm. In the center of the small room was the dining table with tall back chairs. The corner had a small reading nook, topped with a lamp that dimly lit the room. Several large volumes lay on the table. Across from the entrance was another door, closed. Andrew assumed that was her bedroom. The kitchen dominated the room. Everything appeared to be commercial grade, reminding Andrew of his parents' restaurant. The deep double sink lay in a marble counter. On the counter sat spices of all kind and a large wooden knife block. The refrigerator and freezer combo was old, but well maintained. The oven, the biggest Andrew had ever seen, was a source of warmth and the cinnamon. Agatha locked the door and guided him by the shoulder to the dining table. Make yourself at home. Exhausted, he sank into a chair and settled comfortably like a mound of pudding. She sat at the corner next to him, elbows on the table, hands concealing a smile. Thank you for helping me, Andrew said. Do you think my friend is okay out there? Agatha's hands fell, revealing a white, perfect smile. You have a little something, she said as she wiped the last bit of glistening blood from the cut in his arm. She stuck the sanguine tip of her thumb into her mouth and sucked it clean. The oven timer dinged, and she glided into the kitchen. She moved like his mother, he thought. She pulled a single glass from the wooden cabinet, then swung open the fridge and found a carton of chocolate milk. She held the fridge door open with one foot as she poured the milk, feigning lost balance for Andrew's amusement. Once poured, she replaced the bottle and let the fridge close itself. With much showmanship, she donned 2 oven mitts that went to her elbows. Then she swung a locking latch above the oven's door before pulling it open. She fanned the heat like an angry goose. Andrew didn't remember a latch like that on his parents' oven. She spun, closed the door with her heel, and marched, chocolate milk in the crook of her arm and a baking sheet in her mitts. She placed both squarely in front of Andrew. What do you think? She asked. It was a baking sheet packed, end to end, with French toast, crispy crusts, buttery middles, and the perfect amount of cinnamon. The smell made the fear and the shock and the pain of the night's events settle onto Andrew's shoulders. He realized in his soul that he was hungry. Eat up, she pleaded. He had wanted to say something, but before he knew it, the bread was eviscerated, staining his fingers with delicious stickiness. He devoured each slice like a starving beast, only stopping long enough to take big gulps of chocolate milk. She grinned at him. Sorry, he said. I'm so rude. You made this for you. Oh no, she whispered. Please, eat up. She rose with his empty glass in hand and refilled it. The oven dinged as she adjusted the temperature. Sitting back down, she slid the glass to him, just in time for another big gulp. I really do like it, ma'am. It's actually my favorite. Wonderful, Agatha said, eyeing him up and down. Not long after his third glass of milk, Andrew had finished the entire baking sheet. He sat back, feeling his stomach expand with milk and bread. Lethargic, he sighed. "Thank you. I think I needed that." She leaned over the table, a glint in her eye. "I'll say," she whispered, as she playfully pinched his belly. He flinched away from her hand, gently swatting it away. "Please don't do that," he said. Smiling, she stood slowly. "Let me prep your room. I'll be right back." She unlocked the back door and stepped into total darkness, slamming the door behind her. Andrew went to the sink to wash his sticky fingers. Clean, he checked his watch. To his amazement, the brass vibrated in his hand. It had never done that before. He put it away, hoping it wasn't broken, when something at the reading nook caught his eye. His steps echoed as he moved towards it. The cover of the top volume was rough. Andrew could tell that the book was very old. Something colorful marked the ancient pages. He opened the book and saw. It was a pink ribbon. The barest edge of one loop was stained with a trace of red. The book was written in a language Andrew didn't recognize, but there was a graphic drawing that he immediately understood. It detailed how to strip the meat from a human arm. The door to the bedroom popped open. It creaked on its hinges as a gnarled hand let it open. A hunched creature padded barefoot into the room, its back to Andrew. It drew a wicked-looking blade from the knife block. Andrew ran for the door, trying for the knob only to find it missing. The window latch was also gone, like neither was ever there. In the kitchen, something that might have once been a woman stood in the dim light facing him. Its crooked nose was too large for its face, and long wisps of hair grew in sparse, golden patches. Pale skin covered in moles, boils, and blisters sagged and creased from its ancient body. Like its skin, its once white dress hung bedraggled. Its eyes glistened like wet, green mold. Agatha's dry voice strangled Andrew to panic. "I like to have a late-night treat, gummy bear." He pounded the window as hard as he could, his fist bouncing ineffectively. The witch stalked him, slowly. He rounded the table, keeping it between them. "Help me!" Andrew cried to no one. "Someone, please!" Agatha cackled. "No one is coming for you." Andrew fought back the urge to faint. He tried to call out again, but it jumbled into a garbled mess. The witch seemed barely able to contain her excitement. "I've seasoned you," she said proudly. "Not that you need it, my little well-marbled chubber." Now Claire, she needed seasoning. Andrew thought he could feel his heart fall out of his chest at the mention of Claire. "You know," Agatha confided, "I couldn't eat her right away. She was all skin and bones. Had to feed her for weeks, make her ripe. But you," she trailed off, licking her cracked lips. "So plump and juicy already." She flashed a saw-toothed grin, showing off every inch of her yellowed gums. Andrew's fear had been replaced by something primal. If he hadn't been so fat, Thomas wouldn't have picked on him. He could have gotten to her in time. He would have had the courage to ask. Even if she said no, she'd still be alive. That primal heat filled his entire being and spewed from his mouth like fire. "You killed her!" With all of his strength, he shoved the table into Agatha. Surprise flashed across her face, and she stumbled against the blow. She caught herself, then shoved back twice as hard. Struck, Andrew careened into the oven with a clang, the hot door stinging his cut arm. The latch caught on his ear, slicing him as it unclasped. He pulled himself up with the oven handle, dropping it open with a clank as he stood. The table flew across the room, no longer a barrier. Andrew shuffled backwards, holding his bleeding ear. She cackled as her vice-like grip seized him by his blood-soaked shoulder and hauled him into the darkness of the back room. Andrew ducked out of his shirt and tripped over an overturned chair. He was on his back just in time to see Agatha descending, knife streaking towards him. He jerked his head away just before the blade could sink into his eye. As the knife thunked into the floor, the blade bent and shattered. She pinned his arms, her face against his. Her hot breath bathed his senses, making him retch. "This little piggy went to market," she whispered into his wounded ear. She licked the length of the bleeding gash, then bit down hard. Andrew screamed at the white-hot pain. She suckled at the pouring blood, moaning with satisfaction. Tears stung his eyes as her jagged teeth sawed and pulled, fighting to remove his ear. In her moment of delight, he was able to pull his hand free from her grasp. Something hot found its way into the palm of his hand. He held up the humming body of his brass pocket watch. The metal glowed with an inner light. Instinctively, he knew what to do. Like butter on a hot skillet, the watch sizzled into her shoulder. She flew back, red dribbling down her chin, screaming in surprise and pain. Andrew held his mangled ear, trying to pedal backwards. The glowing metal spread through her putrid skin in deep, jagged forks. Her arm, eaten through, fell away from her and thudded sickly on the floor. Her wailing reached a pitch that forced Andrew to cover both of his ears as best he could, and the front windows exploded outward. The witch fell to the ground, sobbing heavily over her lost arm like a child over spilled ice cream. "You horrible child," she whined, the brass still spreading along her back. Black sludge dripped from behind her teeth as she coughed. "You've mangled me, you wretched, nasty boy." Andrew stood above her, the glowing innards of the open oven reflecting in his eyes. "What are you doing?" she demanded. She felt frail and powerless as he lifted her. She resisted, pleading with him to stop. He slung her hunched frame headfirst into the oven. Her cry was guttural and otherworldly as her face sagged and blistered. He lifted her the rest of the way in and closed the door. She kicked, almost breaking free, but Andrew held the door fast, burning his palms. He swung the bloody latch closed. The oven dinged madly as he mashed the buttons to its maximum temperature. The witch was ablaze inside of the oven, kicking violently. Andrew backed away from the building heat. Dark, stinking smoke flooded the room. She wailed in an unknown, unholy language. Objects inside of the house began to float. Her hand struck the oven window desperately. There was a sucking noise as the flesh of her palms stayed behind as she pulled away. Her skeletal hand struck again, cracking the oven window. Andrew had seen enough. He jumped out of the front window, falling hard enough to knock the breath out of him. On will alone, he ran into the night. The house quickly became a roaring inferno, lashing out and striking trees, igniting the rest of the forest. He ran as fast as he could manage, and so did the hungry flames. Animals, big and small, fled in all directions. They easily passed him in their stampede. When Andrew couldn't see through the spots in his vision, he collapsed to the ground. Deadly warmth danced towards him, but Andrew was far removed from the heat. All he could think about was his father, and how angry he was at him for leaving. It had never been Andrew's fault, he realized. All this time, he had chained himself to his feelings, glancing at them, but never facing them. Between heavy wheezes, he managed to laugh. He hadn't been a perfect person, but he had done the best that he could. At the very least, he had slain a monster and avenged a fair maiden. In the end, he had been brave. Content with that, he sighed. "I got her, Claire. I got her." As the heat closed in, darkness mercifully overtook him. A thin droplet of water fell into Andrew's mouth, and he coughed awake. More light rain fell into his open eyes. The early morning sun hid behind thick, gray clouds. He shook soot from his hair as 3 men in heavy yellow jackets and hard hats rushed to him. As far as the eye could see in the smoke and dust, the forest had burned to cinders. Charred remains of trees stuck defiantly upward like great bones. The wind whipped ash and dust in violent swirls. Some of the tall skeletal remains fell prey to the winds and toppled, shattering on the ground, creating more upheaval. Far behind the men, a guardian angel was smiling thankfully to Andrew. She had long brown hair, held up by a pink bow. The dead ocean stirred into a frenzy, and she faded into the furious tide, just as heavy rain began to fall. Andrew's ear was treated by an EMT in front of Pine Hill Middle School. His mother, eyes red with exhaustion and tears, ran to him. He jumped from the back of the ambulance and met her halfway. They sank to the concrete, crying in each other's arms. She held him tightly, careful not to bump the fresh bandages over his ear. The police questioned Andrew about the fire and who attacked him. He told them about Agatha, what she had planned to do with him, and how she admitted to kidnapping Claire. He did not tell them what Agatha was, or how the fire had started. He told them he couldn't remember. When asked how he survived being in the middle of a forest fire, he told them the truth. "It was an angel," he said. "She gave me a second chance." Andrew didn't have to go back to school right away. For 2 days, he mostly slept. The painkillers made him drowsy. He only woke long enough to eat small bowls of soup. As he ate, he looked up diet plans on his laptop. On the 3rd day, he woke late in the afternoon, just before time for supper. He walked into the living room, a small stack of papers in hand, to see his mother watching the news. The reporter was talking about his story. Authorities are still combing the burned remains for signs of the mysterious Agatha and her house in the woods. So far, they have found nothing. His mother noticed him and turned the television off. "Good morning," she said, crossing the room and giving him a gentle hug. "You ready for supper? How about a plate of French toast and chocolate milk?" Andrew barely hid a dry heave. He held out the papers in his hands. "Actually, Mama, I'd like to try one of these." She flipped through the recipes for chicken salad, quinoa chili, and cauliflower rice and chicken. She cocked her head, puzzled. "You okay, Gummy Bear?" He mimed drawing a brass pocket watch from his imaginary duster and flipped it open. "Will you look at that?" he said with a smile. "It's high time things changed around here."
The Hook by Rob Fields.
How many times have I been asked this question? How many times have I been asked, "Why, Farley? Why'd you do it?" Police, reporters, head shrinkers, and even the guards here at Grafton Prison. They all ask me the same question. And every time, I give them the same answer. Because I could. Have you figured it out yet? I'm a murderer. That's right, a murderer. I've been killing people since I got out of high school. It all started 20 years ago with my high school sweetheart. We were supposed to get married. Problem was, she liked to keep nagging and nagging on. One day, she got drunk off her ass, came to my back door and started picking at me. Could have just closed the door on her, but I decided I really didn't have to just take her shit. I was a man and she was just a panty dropper. So I came out and picked up the axe. Her head sure sailed quite a ways before it came to land at the back door. You know what? It felt mighty good. So I've been targeting bitches for many years after that. One right after another. I had such a good time chopping and hacking them up. Bitches ain't nothing but leeches. All they do is take and take and take from you. Way I saw it, I was doing their fellas a tremendous favor. Of course, I wasn't going to get away with it forever. You probably knew that already, right? One day, I was killing this panty dropper in her nice home, and next thing I know, her fella comes in. Turned out to be a pig. Instead of trying to arrest me, he lost his head and came at me. The two of us had a big old fight. Guess the pig fella really loved his bitch because he eventually got hold of the axe I used to chop her up with and, he cut off my freaking hand as I was pushing myself off the dresser. That was the last thing I remembered before I woke up in jail a few days after the incident. I now had a neatly bandaged stump where my hand used to be, probably from when I was rushed to the hospital. A few weeks later, I'm in Grafton Prison. Yeah, there was no question of my guilt, especially when I told the bitch judge I'd come for her once I got out of here. There are even a few bitches here as guards. 2 of them work on my block. They can never help but just look at me. And every now and then, they still ask me, "Why, Farley? Why did you do it?" Because I could, I tell them again and again. So every day I just sit here in my cell, They don't put nobody in here with me. Let's just say I ended up killing my last 2 cellmates. Even with one hand, I could still get the job done. Teeth can work just as well as a hand when you're tearing their throats out, especially when they get stupid and fall asleep. I just sit in my cell and work out my escape plan. Then, after all these years, I get some rather interesting news. Turns out, I'm getting a hook to replace my hand. I end up being taken to the infirmary where the people there will put it in my stump. Wouldn't you know it? There's a doctor bitch here that's going to put the hook on. I'm secured tight and put to sleep as the bitch puts the hook on. When it's all done, I get wheeled back to my cell. Problem here is that I now have a deadly weapon attached to my body and the sleep stuff wears off a little too soon. The guards don't even expect me to just turn on them after they remove the straps to put me back in my cell. With my new hook, I can easily rip out their throats. I even go back to kill the doctor bitch who put the hook on. Had to give her my thanks and appreciation, right? Long story short, I end up escaping Grafton Prison and decide to make my way back to Strickfield to even the score with that bitch judge. I know. Why, Farley? Why do you do it? Because I can! Because I will again. I end up taking an old pickup truck from the prison to Strickfield. It's nice to actually have some air conditioning for once. It doesn't last long, though. The pickup truck breaks down just a few miles from Strickfield. I have to leave it and walk the rest of the way. At least now, it's dark outside. Pretty soon, I end up coming up to a car parked off to the side of the road, underneath a street light. I can hear some music playing. I turn and look down the hill and see Strickfield. Yeah, I remember this place now. This is Strickfield Overlook. Fellas bring their bitches here to try and score some nookie. I killed many bitches up here. From a safe distance, I can hear the 2 of them talking. Definitely a boy and a girl. Sounds like they from that college on the other side of Strickfield. I really can't believe you let me take you out tonight, Rage, the fella tells her. Yeah, definitely a wimpy mama's boy type. It's all right, the bitch tells him. It's good to get out sometimes, so thank you for getting me off campus for a little while. And what kind of name is Rage? Sounds like she's always pissed off or something. I'm guessing she's a plain Jane. Listen, I hope you don't mind that I brought you up here, the fella says. I've always admired the view from Strickfield from up here. I'm from here, you know. Nothing wrong with that, Franklin, Rage tells him. I'm from North Ridgeway, which is on the other side of the state. The 2 of them talk about why they came to college and all that stupid shit. I can feel the anticipation mounting up. You just know I want that panty dropper all to myself, but it's been so long, I think I'll kill the milksop too. Then Rage gets out of the car and looks up at the night sky. The milksop gets out too. Yeah, he's definitely a milksop. He's one of them nerdy types, skinny, polo shirt, trousers, loafers, and glasses. Only he don't have the tape around the middle of his glasses like some wimps I used to know around these parts. And who does this wimp think he is? That bitch looks way too good for someone like him. She looks like one of those girls you see in the nudie mags that the inmates back at Grafton would pass around. Such an angelic face and nice chassis. She's even got some nice big milk jugs to go with that chassis. She should be with a real fella, not this milksop of a mama's boy. Oh well, it'll all be the same to me when I kill them both. This Franklin comes over to Rage, and the 2 of them start talking again. You okay, Rage? He asks. Yeah, even he ain't sure this girl would want to drop her panties for him, probably wondering if he's even gonna get any. She turns to face him. I'm fine, Franklin. It was a little scruffy in the car. It's much cooler out here. There's even a breeze. Yeah, you're right. We can roll up the windows and I can run the air conditioning, he tells her. She makes herself smile. But then we couldn't see this nice view that you wanted me to see. And besides, it's not like we can't. And then she actually steps up to the milksop and starts kissing him. Next thing you know, the two of them are both swapping spit and wrapping their arms around one another. I'll kill him, but first I want to see if the milksop can get the milk jugs nice and naked. Eventually, the two of them go to the front of the car. He lifts her up so that her perfect behind is on the hood. Then their kissing becomes more hot and heavy. I just don't get it. Why would a nice-looking bitch like that go for a milksop like him? And then the romantic music is interrupted by a news bulletin. The two of them stop their kissing to listen to it.
This is a breaking news bulletin from the Strickfield University newsroom here at WSTR Radio. Convicted murderer Farley McFain has escaped from Grafton Prison. If you see him, do not approach him under any circumstance. He is easily to identify by the hook he wears as his right hand, which was amputated in a skirmish with a police officer 20 years ago. If you see him, you should immediately inform your local authorities.
From there, the radio guy keeps rattling on about how dangerous I am, and that much he got right. Rage tells her milksop that perhaps they'd best head back into town. You just never know, Franklin. Franklin the milksop isn't so convinced.
But Rage, why would McFain climb all the way up here? That would be pointless.
Rage doesn't hesitate and sounds deadly serious now. You'd be surprised at what serial killers like McFain are capable of, Franklin. She takes his hand now. Please, we can still continue our date. I'd rather we just head back into town.
Okay, Rage, you win.
He helps her down off the hood. The two of them get back into his car. Now's the time to strike. I move from the bushes to go get to the car. As I reach it, I'm about to use my hook to pull open the passenger door and grab the bitch. Oh shit, I hear the milksop cry out. No doubt he heard me at his bitch's door. Before I realize it, the milksop quickly stomps on the gas and the car speeds away. Suddenly, I'm in a lot of pain as the hook had been ripped clean away from me. Stupid. The milksop had the motor running all that time. My mind was too much on the bitch that I ain't thinking straight. I have to get my shirt off fast. It's a little hard to do that with only one hand, but I managed to get the shirt tied around enough to stop the bleeding. Just then, another car stops close by. A fella gets out and asks me if I'm okay. Then, he recognizes me. Oh my God, you're Farley McFain. You're the guy who escaped from... Gah! His mistake was yapping when he should have been running. He falls on the ground after I use my teeth to rip his throat out. Then I take his car and speed away to follow that couple who got my hook. It takes me a little bit, but I finally find them. They pulled up to a hot dog place, one that still does it, the old-fashioned way, with those young bitches on wheels who come to your window to take your order, bring your food. Then Rage decides to get out of the car. Maybe she decided to stretch her legs. Then she sees her door and quickly calls her milksop over. The wimp flips out when he sees my hook hanging on the passenger door handle with some of my blood smeared all the way back to the bumper. Then one of those roller bitches sees it and wheels inside, probably to call the police. I have to get away. Now you made it personal, Rage. I know you go to college here. I'll find you and wait for you. It takes long enough, but the bitch finally returns to her building. I'm waiting for her in her bathroom. When she least expects it, I'll come out and grab her and bite her goddamn throat out. Then I'll work on getting the bitch judge who sent me to prison 20 years ago. I'll wait and wait, but she never comes into the bathroom. You'd think she'd have to come in to drop her panties and sit. She never even turns on her lights. Suddenly, a hand reaches inside the shower and grabs me. I'm yanked out of the shower, and then someone pops me right in the face. As I stagger, I get turned around. Then I feel arms wrap around my head. Everything's going dark as I'm being taken to the floor. As soon as I'm on my ass, it ain't long before everything finally goes black. When I wake up, I find I can't move. I know I'm propped up on something with my arms and legs tied with plastic ties? Suddenly the lights come on. I find myself looking right at that rage girl. "Hello, Farley McFlane," she says, all nice and calm. "I'm glad we could finally meet. Unfortunately for you, this will be your only meeting with me. It was one thing for you to break out of prison, but you should never have returned to Strickfield. But don't worry, I won't be returning you to Grafton Prison." She gives me this look that, I can't believe I'm saying this, the bitch is actually scaring me now. "You belong to me now, Farley McFane." She's even changed her clothes. She has a pair of jeans on and a long shirt. Over top of that, she's wearing what looks like a shiny black apron. She turns and flips on some lights. Now I know where I am. "This is my barn, you big-titted bitch!" I yell. "Yes, it is," she says. "Why don't you look around some more? You might as well take in everything, since this barn will soon become your tomb." There are pictures of me all over the place, all of them with me actually caught in the act of killing many bitches. The ones that surprised me most are the ones the security cameras at Grafton Prison caught me killing the guards and the doctor as I escaped from there. "You've killed a great many women, Farley McFane, all without a single amount of remorse," she tells me. "Under normal circumstances, I should have the police come and take you away." She shakes her head slowly. "But you would just return to Grafton Prison and still feel no remorse whatsoever. No, tonight, you will truly pay for your sins." I laugh now. "Oh, you're gonna kill me? You? A bitch?" She's still so damn calm when she speaks. "No, Farley McFane. An angel. I'm known as the Angel of Death. Like you, I'm also a serial killer. But I learned to prey on people like you, the corrupt, who simply have no remorse for anything that they do in regards to innocence. And now, the name Farley McFane will be next and forever in the hundreds who have come before you. Thanks to my photographic memory." I sneer and just look at her. "I read about you. Yeah, you can't be no angel of death. You're just a panty dropper." She raises her finger. "And that was your fatal mistake. Now you belong to me, and you will answer for what you've done." I laugh a little. "I suppose you're gonna have yourself a good old time, ain't you?" She shakes her head a little. "The only pleasure I'll obtain will be to satisfy my ever-insistent bloodlust, since I myself feel no emotion. I fail to understand how so many of you have emotions and can bring harm to innocence without the slightest bit of remorse." Now she's pissed me off. You don't have feelings? Are you fucking shitting all over me right now?" Now I bellowed to her. "Then why, bitch? Why do you even do this?" "Why?" She pauses. "Because Mama always taught me to be a good girl." She reaches over to a table with a lot of sharp objects on it, but the one I notice is my hook. She picks it up, then she shows it to me. It looks like it's a little different than I remember it. "I made a few modifications to your hook, Farley McFane," she tells me. She looks at me a little bit longer. Even I hate to admit that her stare scares the living shit out of me. I try and keep myself together, but she knows I'm scared now. Oh, Jesus Christ, she knows. She raises the hook using the handle she welded onto it. "And now, Farley McFane, let the punishment fit the crime." The hook burns when it goes across my throat. God damn, that tip is really sharp. I don't have much time to think about it as I'm bleeding out fast. The last thing I see is that angel of death bitch. Like she said, she ain't smiling over what she's done to me. Doesn't really matter now. Because for me, this is it. This is the end. Quarantine, a story of isolation, by Keith Tomlin. Chester Lytle stretched his legs and turned the page in the book he was reading. Although he rarely allowed himself to think it, he was alone in the world. He had no friends, and his father, the last of his relatives, died when he was a teenager. When Chester turned 18, he inherited a small family fortune and a trust that took care of all of his needs. He never had to work a day in his life, which gave him plenty of time to pursue his only passion, books. With a book, he could be transported anywhere in the world, anywhere in the galaxy. He can be a captain of a ship hunting a great white whale. He can command starships, pursue criminals through the streets of 1920s Chicago, and be a great ball player, beloved by an entire nation. Books were his refuge, his safe place from horrors and pains of life. The world outside his door may be crazy and deadly, but he was safe and sound, alone, in his comfortable house in a small town in Connecticut. When Chester first heard reports of a mysterious new disease rising out of China, he knew it would only be a matter of time before it came to America. He had read enough novels about pandemics, plagues, and outbreaks to know that someone, somewhere, screwed up and unleashed a demon upon the world. He was not surprised when a lockdown was instituted, and, to tell you the truth, it wasn't much of a change for him. Chester liked the isolation. It felt comfortable, like an old friend. Not that he knew what a friend felt like. On this night, the night of Chester's death, he was reading a story about a pirate king who fell in love with a serving wench and was now facing a ship full of mutinous sailors. His first mate, the instigator of the mutiny, had just grabbed the pirate king's one true love and held a knife to her throat. Chester's breath quickened as he hurriedly turned the page to see how the pirate king would prevail and save his queen. Scratch! The strange noise broke Chester's concentration. He shook his head as if waking from a dream and looked around the room. Every wall in the living room was lined with bookshelves, each one stuffed with hardcover books, paperback books, and manuscripts of all kind. The room was dimly lit by a gas fireplace, throwing strange and mysterious shadows around the room. He cocked his head and listened for the noise again. "What was that?" he mumbled to himself. He spent a few minutes more listening, silently trying to probe the deep shadows around the bookcases. When the noise did not repeat itself, he shrugged and bent his head back to his book. He started reading again, but the spell was broken. He couldn't summon up the scene that had been playing in his head. He tried going back a few pages to see if that would kickstart the story, but it was no use. The magic had faded. Sighing, he put the book down, carefully inserting a bookmarker to preserve his spot. Chester stood and stretched, his back cracking as he arched backwards. He realized that he has been slacking on his calisthenics. Maybe he'll try to get in 20 jumping jacks before bed, he thought, absently. He walked to the doorway, turning sideways to slide between the two bookshelves that partially blocked the opening between the living room and the dining room. The dining room was also lined with bookcases. These shelves were even more crammed with books than the den. Stacks of well-read paperbacks covered most of the floor, leaving only a path to get from the small table and single chair in the middle of the room to the 3 doorways leading to the living room, kitchen, and hallway. Squeak! Chester stopped. He stared, confused, at the floor. He gingerly began applying more pressure to his front foot, testing the floorboard that he was standing on. When he first heard the noise, he thought it may have come from there. But the more he thought about it, the more he was sure it came from his left, towards the hallway. "This is strange," he said out loud. His voice cracked as he spoke. He wasn't used to speaking above a whisper, but he felt he had to say something to break the eerie silence that had dropped over the room. Chester held his breath and listened, thinking that he had to be alone. No one else could have gotten in here without him hearing them. Each of the windows and the back door had been boarded up, and the house was sealed tight to keep out light, sound, and disease. The front door had nearly a dozen locks on it. He only opened it every other week when he received his supply of food and reading material, and that was only after he was sure the delivery person was long gone. Chester had no idea who delivered his supplies. The family trust took care of everything. To him, it was almost like magic. Everything he needed seemed to show up without him having to ask for it. He then wondered if he had a book with a story about a dashing young hero that fought off home invaders. That may be good for a thrill before bedtime. He seemed to remember a book of short stories in the bathroom. He stumbled as he suddenly realized that he had been holding his breath this whole time. He loudly exhaled, taking a few quick, deep breaths to clear the dizzy feeling from his head. The strange noise already forgotten, he headed into the kitchen to make himself dinner. He absently stepped over the stack of paperbacks that lined the kitchen doorway and walked to the kitchen cabinets. Opening up a cabinet door, he selected the long plate sitting on a shelf. He then reached into the bread box and pulled out 2 slices of white bread, placing them on the plate. Turning to the fridge, he opened the door and looked over the shelves, which housed a partial gallon of milk and several packages of butcher paper containing various types of lunch meat. He thoughtfully pondered over what type of sandwich he wanted, before finally selecting a package of sliced turkey. He deliberately pulled out 4 slices of turkey meat and placed them onto a slice of bread. He put the second piece of bread on top and made sure the sandwich was centered on the plate. Next comes his favorite part of dinner, dessert. Chester opened up a drawer and looked longingly at a pack of vanilla cream cookies. Whomever delivered his supply of groceries only gave cookies once a month, so he was careful to ration them. Shivering with anticipation, he reached into the drawer to grab the 3 cookies that he would eat with his meal. "What?" he exclaimed when he found nothing but crumbs. There should have been enough for at least 3 more days, but the package was empty. Dumbfounded, he picked it up and shook it, showering the counter with crumbs that fell from a ragged hole in the back of the package. Turning it over, he stared at the hole for several seconds. It slowly dawned on him that something had chewed through the plastic wrapper and ate his cookies, that something was loose in the house, that something had invaded his space, his safe zone. His mind flashed through the endless possibilities of what this creature may be. He thought of stories with creatures from outer space, demons from the darkest pits of hell, and fairies from tales of old. He finally realized the only logical explanation would be... "A mouse?" he whispered out loud. "A mouse," he said in a firm voice. "A mouse! A goddamn mouse in my goddamn house!" he exclaimed loudly. At the edge of his peripheral vision, he saw something dart out of the kitchen, running between stacks of books into the dining room. Chester gave a guttural growl and picked up the closest object he could reach and threw it at the creature. The empty package of cookies only flew a few feet before slowly floating to the ground. Chester's face turned red with the shame he used to feel as a child when he tried to play sports with the other kids. The indignity of it was too much, and he charged into the dining room, kicking over stacks of paperbacks as he ran. Breathing hard, he stopped to listen. And, upon hearing nothing, he arbitrarily chose to proceed down the hall. He paused every few steps, drawing on the lessons he learned reading countless stories about great hunters stalking prey in the deepest, darkest jungles of Africa. He made a point not to think about the fact that a great hunter would not accidentally kick a copy of The Great Gatsby down the hall, causing a stack of mid-century French poetry books to topple over. He stopped at the bathroom and flicked on the light. looking at the piles and piles of books. For the first time, he no longer saw adventure and romance. He only saw all the dark places where an enemy could hide. Chester nudged a pile of books with his foot, jumping back in anticipation of a rabid rodent leaping out to attack him. When nothing happened, he felt like a fool, his face once again turning red with shame. Disgusted with himself, he kicked another pile of books. He shrieked with panic when a mouse did pop out from behind that pile, ran across his foot, and out into the hall. Falling back and landing on his rear, he caught a quick glance of the small furry brown creature squirming under the door of the spare bedroom, across the hallway from the bathroom. Trying to rise to his feet, Chester slipped on some paperbacks before his feet found purchase, and he smashed into the bathroom doorknob. He grunted as pain exploded from his hip, but he carried on, as a true hero does. Chester leapt across the hall and thudded into the bedroom door, hitting it before he was able to grab the knob. Once the knob was turned, the door popped open and he spilled into the room, almost falling down once more. After pulling himself upright, he slammed the door shut. In the center of the room, Chester stood, quiet, once again listening for the creature, but he could only hear the pounding of his heart. Taking a few deep breaths, he slowly looked around the room. Like the rest of the house, bookcases filled the walls of the small bedroom. A large antique roll-top desk sat to his right. He kept scanning the room, but the desk kept drawing his eyes back to it. He loved that desk. It was one of the few pieces of furniture he was able to keep after his father died. Not only that, it was where he kept most of his valuable books, rare first editions from some of the most famous writers in history. He stared at the desk, and it hit him right in the pit of his stomach. He walked over to the desk and reached out a shaking hand, somehow knowing what he would find inside. He slowly opened up the roll top, and piles of shredded paper tumbled out. His books, his wonderful, lovely books, were nothing but confetti. Rage boiled inside him, a murderous rage that he had not felt in many years. He snarled and screamed a curse, cursing the mouse, cursing the virus, cursing his life. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted the mouse. The little bastard was just sitting there, looking up at him, mocking him. Chester slowly reached for a large, heavy book sitting on the top of the desk, an evil grin spreading across his face. With the book in his hand, he quickly turned and leapt across the room, raising the book in the air. He locked eyes with the mouse and, with all his strength, slammed the book down on top of it. He started to feel regret, but quickly pushed that emotion away, thinking about the torment this little rodent put him through. Panting hard from exertion and aching from landing on piles of books, Chester laid on the floor, trying to gather himself. After a few minutes, he was able to take a deep breath and slowly got to his knees. He looked at the huge book still clutched in his hands and slowly lifted it, expecting to see the broken body of the little mouse lying on the floor. He was shocked to find nothing at all. He stumbled to his feet, confused. There was no way the mouse could have avoided the book. He had watched the book come down on top of the vile creature. Squeak! Chester spun and stared at the mouse sitting on top of the roll-top desk. He locked eyes with it and knew it was the same one, except it seemed bigger somehow. Squeak! Hearing another noise behind him, Chester turned to face another large mouse sitting on a bookshelf, staring at him with cold, black eyes. Chester heard scratches and clawing from another bookcase to his left. Panicking, Chester grabbed the doorknob and yanked the door open, almost pulling it off the hinges. He blindly ran down the hall, slipping and sliding on books until he was once again in the kitchen. He stopped and tried to gather himself. Chester stared into the dining room as the sound of dozens of tiny clawed feet grew louder. He panicked again and ran to the back door. When it wouldn't open, he remembered that it was nailed shut. Cursing himself for his foolishness, he turned and grabbed the handle of the only other door in the kitchen. He pulled open the door and stepped onto the top step of the stairs, slamming the door behind him. It suddenly dawned on him where he was. The basement. Oh, God, not the basement, he thought. Chester tried so hard to forget about the basement. Anytime the thought of the basement started to creep into his mind, he would dive into another book, forcing the memories away with visions of brave deeds and heroic adventures. Now the memories started to seep back into his mind, and he was unable to stop them. Chester's grandfather, by all accounts, was a stern man who had built this house with his own hands. He was a plain, God-fearing man who married a plain, God-fearing woman who died giving birth to their only child, Marcus, Chester's father. Marcus had a hard life and grew into a hard man. When his father died, Marcus brought a new bride home to his house. She was a timid, mousy woman who had grown up beaten and abused. Her life with Marcus was no different. Within a year, Chester was born. A year after that, Chester's mother died in a brutal fall down the basement steps. Even though he knows that he was too young to remember it, Chester could close his eyes and see her tumble, screaming down those stairs. These stairs. The stairs that Chester now stood at the top of. Almost numb, Chester reached over and flipped on the basement light. One light bulb, hanging down from the ceiling on a cord, tried to light the entire basement, but failed. Chester knew that the far corner would be in the dark. Who knows what manner of creatures lurked there? Chester knew. Starting to panic, Chester turned and grabbed at the basement door handle. He stopped when the door shook with sounds of wood being chewed and clawed. The sound stopped when he let go of the doorknob. "What the fuck?" he questioned. As he reached out, the scratching started up again. He quickly pulled his hand back. Standing there, confused, he finally asked himself, what would a hero do? A hero would fight back, he thought. A hero would grab a weapon and take the fight to the enemy. This thought sparked an idea. "Grandfather's tools," Chester whispered, remembering the box of old tools that sat in the basement. He should be able to find something to defend himself in there. Having a plan bolstered his courage, and Chester slowly took his first step down the stairs. Taking it one step at a time, he slowly moved deeper into the basement. When he was on the last step up from the bottom, he stopped, not wanting to desecrate the ground upon which his mother died. He awkwardly jumped sideways off the stairs, onto the basement's rough concrete floor. Chester turned to face a workbench in the middle of the wall on the other side of the room. He slowly shuffled forward towards it, resisting the urge to look over at the pool of darkness that emanated from the far corner. After what seemed like hours, he reached the workbench. He paused to catch his breath, and then pulled an old, rotting wooden box out from under the bench. After placing it on the tabletop, he dug through it until he found a hammer. It was old and rusty, with a handle that wobbled, but it was as good a weapon as he could find in this house. Testing the weight of the hammer in his hand, Chester turned back toward the stairs. He glanced over the darkest corner and was instantly fixated by it. The darkness seemed to throb and beat with his heart. Even though he could not see the shackles and chains that were anchored to the wall in that corner, he knew they were there. His mind pulled images from the past. "Damn you!" his father yelled. "You're weak, just like your mother." Chester's face stung like it had been slapped, just like the hundreds of times his father had slapped him. "You little cunt, I wished I had a son instead of a little pussy like you." Chester could feel the shackles around his ankle. It all came flooding back. The memories of him growing up, tiptoeing around the house, trying not to draw the notice of his father, but knowing that it was just a matter of time before Marcus flew into a drunken rage. This rage would end with him being beaten and dragged down to the basement. Chester would be chained, left alone for days, sometimes weeks, living on water dripping from a sewage line and the occasional water bug. He never knew if this would be the time that his father did not come down to release him. But his father would always, eventually, sober up enough to let him loose, reminding him, with a chuckle, how lucky he was not to have an accident like his mother did. The weight of the memories was too much for Chester. He screamed and collapsed to the ground, hitting his head loudly on the concrete. Chester slowly came to consciousness. Before he opened his eyes, he knew that they were there, watching him. He slowly turned his head and saw a half-dozen large mice sitting under the glow of the lone bulb, staring at him. Slowly, he rose to his feet. He picked the hammer up off the floor and held it above his head. "Stay back, you bastards! I'll use this, I swear!" The mice remained motionless. Chester took a step towards them, waving the hammer around. He heard shuffling behind him and quickly turned. Nearly a dozen mice sat on and around the workbench. Panic started to rise up, and he spun around to face the light once again and froze. A large rat now sat in the middle of the mice. This rat, the size of a house cat, had tufts of hair missing and scars covering its body. What made Chester freeze, however, was its eyes. It didn't have the black eyes of a rodent. This rat had human eyes. The eyes of his father. Chester dropped the hammer and screamed, bolting toward the stairs. He kept repeating, "I'm sorry, Father! I'm sorry, Father!" breathlessly over and over again as he tried to leap up the stairs. He made it halfway up before crashing back down, splitting open the skin on his shins and elbows. He didn't seem to notice, though, as he clawed his way up, breaking fingernails and tearing flesh as he went. Chester's only thought now was to reach the front door and leave this cursed house. All thoughts of the virus and pandemics were gone from his head. Only dreams of escape remained. At the top of the stairs, Chester used the stair railing to pull himself up and threw open the basement door. A pair of large rats moved into view from the right and another on his left. The rats looked up at him with his father's eyes and hungrily moved forward. "No!" Chester screamed as he took a step back and lost his balance. As he felt himself fall, Chester remembered the day his father died. It was Chester's 14th birthday, and he had been chained up in the basement for nearly 3 weeks. This was one of the longest stretches that he could remember. That morning, he discovered that, if he tried hard enough, he could slip his foot out of the shackle. He didn't know if it was due to his father's being too drunk to tighten it correctly, or if it was a result of him losing weight. He suspected it was a combination of both. After freeing himself, Chester dragged himself along the wall but finally collapsed under the basement stairs. He was weak, so weak, and so tired. Later, he was woken from his uneasy slumber by the sound of his father opening up the basement door. Panic over what his father would do when he found him unshackled was quickly replaced by rage and hatred, a hatred so powerful that it gave him strength. Chester rose up and stood under the stairs. When he saw his father's feet on the step in front of him, he reached through the open back of the step and grabbed his father's ankles and pulled. Marcus Lytle fell and died at the bottom of the stairs. Chester smiled at this memory. The memory ended when Chester hit the floor, landing on the same spot that his mother and father died.
Suffer the Little Children by Dennis Freeman.
"You're not goddamn going," Anthony said, trying his father's favorite epithet on for size. He was only 12, but thanks to Jacob Anderson, he had quite a colorful vocabulary for his age. He surveyed his little brother's face and saw no sign of shock at the use of the GD word, but only a solemn, pouting lower lip. Greg was 11, and even though both went to middle school, there was an unspoken but well-defined hierarchy. Anthony hung out with kids from his class who were mostly 12 and 13, and despite being only a year and 19 days older than Greg, he knew his little brother would be categorized as a baby big kid by his friend James. "Come on, Tony," Greg whined. "All my friends are gone for Thanksgiving break. Let me hang out with you guys." "Can't do it, Sprat." "I'll tell Mom you and your friends were playing at the quarry," Greg exclaimed. Tony was momentarily worried by this threat, but let it slide. He knew Greg would be upset he couldn't go, but he'd never endanger his own well-being by telling their mother something that would surely land Anthony in his room with no Xbox One and the cable disconnected for no less than 2 weeks. "Do that, and you'll never get to hang out with us," Anthony said. "What am I supposed to do, Tony?" "Stop whining, for starters." He said it much more harshly than he intended. Greg cast his eyes down at his feet, and Anthony sighed. He put his arm around Greg, after checking around the street to make sure nobody was watching, and tried to comfort his brother. "If you get hurt playing at the quarry with us, Mom would shit a bird." Greg giggled at this like Anthony knew he would. The mental image of their mother shitting feathers tickled Greg, and the first time Anthony had said it, his little brother had nearly died laughing. "I guess I'll just play Xbox. You better be home by 5, though. Mom and Dad will be asking where you are, and I hate pretending like I don't know," Greg said. "Promise," Anthony raised a 3-finger scout salute. "Look, I'll talk to James and the guys and see if I can't get them to let you come with us next time, okay?" Greg smiled and nodded. Anthony would probably mention it to the guys, but he knew he wouldn't put up much of a fight if they said no. Anthony wasn't a mean brother by any means, but he was a follower by nature. Greg knew this even if he didn't know exactly how to articulate it. He watched as Anthony mounted his big red mongoose and took off down the street to meet the rest of the James gang, as they called themselves. Once his brother was out of sight, Greg sighed and went inside to get a soda and retired to his room to play Xbox. Greg sat on the floor by his bed, surrounded by a plethora of empty soda cans and candy wrappers. Had his mother walked in at that exact moment, she would have shit a bird at the sight. He turned off his console and began to stuff the wrappers into his already overflowing wastebasket. He took the cans downstairs and put them in the recycling and plopped down onto one of the bar stools in the kitchen. It was only 11:30, and Greg had already exhausted his patience at the new Madden game. "It's going to be exactly the same as the last 3, Anthony had said one day when Greg had excitedly described the commercial to him. As usual, his brother had been correct in his assumption. Great graphics aside, the Xbox wasn't keeping Greg's attention, and he started to think about what Anthony and his friends could be doing down at the quarry. Anthony was only a year older than he was, and Greg couldn't imagine that he and his friends were doing anything that he himself couldn't do. "Fuck it," Greg muttered under his breath. His cheeks flushed hot at the vocalization of what his mother called the really bad word, and he went into the garage to grab his bike. He would ride down to the quarry and see just what his brother's friends were up to. He would go what his father called incognito and watch from afar, at first. He grabbed the backpack his parents had bought him for hiking trips and put on his khakis, which clashed with the black athletic shorts and the orange basketball jersey, but he wasn't out to win any fashion contests. He pulled his curly locks back out of his face and put them into a ponytail. He had had long hair since he was a baby, and with the exception of a handful of trims, he'd always worn his hair long. The older he got, the less serious the teasing about his hair got, and now he even received a few compliments, mostly from girls. Greg mounted his blue Huffy and started off down the street. He rode down Alberta Street and took a detour between a pair of houses on Jackson. The trip itself only took about 10 minutes, but it felt like forever to Greg, whose mind wouldn't stop speculating as to what he'd see when he got there. He wondered if James' gang would be doing dangerous stunts on their bikes, or perhaps they were wrestling by the scummy pond that was in the pit left over from the rainy weather they'd had. They may be hanging out with girls, he thought. This brought a fresh flush to his cheeks. He was 11 and his girls are icky stage had been over for almost a year, but he still wasn't sure about the fairer sex. He had a basic grasp on what boys and girls did together when they were older, but the thought of it still caused a weird mix of emotions he wasn't able to understand. He felt his pants begin to tighten in the crotch and forced himself to think of something else. The last thing he needed was to run into his brother and his friends with a raging hard-on. He wouldn't live that down, not in this lifetime. The next one either, for that matter. Greg dropped his foot down and drug it through the gravel as he decelerated. He approached the edge of the quarry warily. He saw Anthony's bike parked by some bushes among 4 others and left his own a few feet away. He adjusted his backpack and crouch-walked down the narrow path beaten down by adolescent foot traffic and made his way to the edge of the pit. He looked down and saw the 5 boys who made up the James gang laid out on the rocks by the water that was pooled down there. He didn't see any girls, but he did see that 2 of them were smoking cigarettes. He did a double take when he realized that his brother was one of the ones smoking. A cigarette hung lackadaisically from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes squinted against the smoke as he skipped rocks across the surface of the water. Mom would shit a bird. He grinned maniacally at this. 2 of the kids looked like they were playing a board game, checkers it looked like, and James and another boy that Greg didn't recognize were talking next to Anthony. Not talking, Greg thought. Arguing. A little shoving match broke out between James and the other boy, and Anthony moved in between them to break it up. He took the cigarette out of his mouth and moved it nimbly between his fingers as he did this. Greg noted that it probably wasn't the first time his brother had smoked. Greg couldn't tell what the boys were arguing about, so he decided he was going to try and sneak to a pile of broken stones about 10 feet away from the boys. He once again began to crouch walk, but avoided the path. "You're a fucking liar!" Charles exclaimed. James regarded him menacingly, but Anthony held him back to avoid a full-on fistfight. "I am not! My dad told me the story himself! You're calling my dad a liar, fat ass?" James shouted indignantly. Charles cast his eyes down, not wanting to meet James' angry gaze. He was 13, and although the jibe about his weight hurt, he was still young enough to believe that everything their parents told them was the truth. He was okay with calling James a liar, but to call his father, an adult, a liar was an entirely different animal. "Sorry, James," Charles said, his face glowing red. James blinked at the sudden shift the conversation had taken. "Me too." His face softened a bit. "I'm sorry I called you a fat ass." "It's okay." Anthony, sensing the drama was over, moved back over by the water. He flicked his cigarette into the scummy pond and went back to skipping rocks. "He told me that back then the water was a lot higher and kids would jump off the rocks and into the water," James said. "He said after a couple of guys died, they closed the place up. Some of the kids that did sneak in said they saw ghosts or some shit." "That makes sense," Charles said. "It's the other part that sounds weird." "Maybe it's true, though. Like a horror movie or something," Anthony added. "Dad said that some of the kids kept coming down here even after they closed it up. They saw things like..." "Weird things," James said. Anthony nodded as if this were to be expected. The idea of ghosts was not unfathomable for his 12-year-old mind. If they died suddenly, like broke their necks when they dove in or drowned or whatever, they probably stuck around. Unfinished business or to try to keep other people from dying, Anthony offered. He spoke in a scholarly tone like a professor teaching the ways of the world to his pupils. Even Eddie and Tim had stopped playing checkers to regard Anthony with intense, wide eyes. Anthony looked up and saw that all his friends were staring at him now. He shrugged his shoulders and smiled. "That's what I think, anyways." James nodded in agreement. This minor gesture made Anthony swell with pride. James was their de facto leader after all, and any praise, spoken or not, was brag-worthy. Eddie and Tim went back to their game, Eddie squinting in concentration. "Want to all meet back up here tonight?" James asked. "Sure. Hey, James." "Yeah?" "I was thinking about something. Can my little brother come with us? I know he's a little younger, but he isn't a spaz or anything." "You want to bring your little brother?" James asked with a chuckle. "Well, yeah, I mean, if you guys don't mind." He looked over towards the other 3 for confirmation. They shrugged. "I guess," James said. "I'll bring my sister's Ouija board. Everybody meet me up here at 9:30. I gotta go, and make sure I don't miss dinner." "Our mom will never let us out after 9. "Well, then don't come," James said. His tone was dismissive, but his eyes were sharp and predatory. We'll figure it out." Greg's grin was wide and toothy as he rode back to the house. Anthony had done what he said he would. He stood up and asked that Greg be included. He wouldn't let on that he had been there, and he knew he'd need to act surprised when Anthony asked him if he wanted to sneak out with him tonight. In most cases, he would never even consider sneaking out after curfew, But he knew he'd never get another chance like this one if he chickened out. His brother had stuck his neck out. The ride back felt a lot faster than the ride to the quarry because he felt like he was floating. That night, the two of them snuck out of the front door. Anthony had been adamant about Greg and himself bringing their keys. It wouldn't do to get home only to find out that they had locked themselves out. Greg double-checked the pocket of his jeans and assured Anthony he was ready. The two of them had left their bikes in the yard to keep from having to open the garage and pushed them halfway down the street before mounting up. They made their way down the various streets cautiously. The streetlights illuminated the way for most of the trip, but the last half-mile was on the outskirts, where the lights were fewer and far between. Anthony narrowly avoided a pothole that would have sent him ass over tea kettle and ended the night in the emergency room instead of the quarry. Calling his parents from the ER to tell them he and Greg had snuck out and landed in the hospital would be a surefire way to end up in the morgue shortly thereafter. They parked their bikes where they had stashed them earlier that day, and Greg hit the button on the side of his watch to illuminate the time. It was 9:45, and the two of them moved as quickly as they could without falling down the pit where the rest of the James gang was waiting. They were sitting in a semicircle with candles and the Ouija board sitting in the center. After perfunctory introductions of the newest member of the gang, Anthony and Greg took their place, completing the circle. "Are we all ready?" James asked. Nobody said anything at first. They only stared at each other. "Ready," Greg said. James acknowledged him with a smile, and soon the others followed suit. "Ready, James," Charles said. "Ready," Anthony said. "Ready," Eddie and Tim said in unison. James nodded again and beckoned them to touch the planchette with him, and of course, they obliged. The second Greg's fingers made contact with the light wood of the planchette, he felt an unnatural chill run up his spine. His balls started to draw up into his body as the first real fear of the night began to sink in. Greg had been nervous when they snuck out of the house because, if they were to get caught, his mother would do far more than shit a bird. She was bound to shit a flock of them. This felt different somehow. It was more unnatural. Greg surveyed the rest of the boys. Their faces were a plethora of silhouetted features, and each of them took on the appearance of skulls. Even Charles's unusually pudgy face appeared gaunt in the candlelight. The pit's pool of water lay stagnant, and the smell of the sludge and algae hung in the air. He was vaguely aware that Anthony's breath was coming out in hitches and jerks. "Are there any spirits here?" James asked suddenly. Greg looked up at him, and even in the low candlelight, he could see that he was going pale. Nothing happened at first, and everyone, Greg included, let out a sigh of relief. He hadn't really expected anything to happen, but the unknown had terrified Greg. Before he could get far into his own inner monologue, the wooden planchette moved, slowly, to the yes on the board. "What in the actual fuck?" Anthony said. Greg looked over at his brother, who was now ghostly white. At a glance, he could see that everyone else was too. Pale, but with a creepy smile that had been plastered to his face, and his eyes appeared to glaze over. "What is your name?" Greg asked. It was out of his mouth before he could stop the compulsion, and Anthony stared at him, mouth agape. Greg opened his mouth to apologize when the planchette once again began to move, until it came to rest on the letter N. They watched in fascination as the word Nergal was spelled out before him. Greg was about to ask it another question when it suddenly started to move again. This time it spelled out Jagon. "I guess there's two of them," James said. "I'm done." Charles pulled his hand back from the planchette and started to get to his feet. James looked at him, pointedly annoyed, and rolled his eyes. "Don't be such a baby." "I'm not being a baby. I'm just done with this shit. This is creepy." "Just sit down." "Fuck you, James. I said I'm fucking done with..." Charles was silenced mid-sentence as a shadow coming from the pond wrapped itself around his throat. His hands flew up to his neck as his air was cut off. Greg screamed and jumped back as he saw tentacles reaching for him. They appeared to be made up of the shadows. Charles' face was turning purple when he fell to the ground, still clutching his throat as the shade dragged him back towards the water. Greg sprung to his feet and turned toward his brother, who was already up and backing away from the tentacles. Eddie and Tim were both fighting against the shadows that had grabbed them by their legs, and James was being dragged by his arm into the water. His screams were ear-piercing at first, but were soon cut short into a gurgle as his face was pulled underwater. Greg would have continued to sit and stare at James as a tentacle wrapped itself around his leg had he not felt someone yank him by the back of his shirt. His collar tightened around his throat as he had a moment of panic. "It has me," he thought, as he pulled forward towards the pool to escape the force pulling him. Anthony spun him around and leaned down into his face. His lips were moving, but Greg couldn't hear him over the sound of guttural, inhuman screaming. Terror was taking over when Anthony brought his hand across his face. Greg blinked wildly and tears began to well up in the corner of his eyes. Anthony had never hit him like that, but suddenly the sound coming out of his mouth was audible. "Run, Greg," Anthony screamed. Greg didn't need to be told twice. He took off in a sprint past Anthony, who followed closely behind him as they beat up the path toward their bikes. Greg was too terrified to look over his shoulder to see if they were being followed and mounted his bike after a running start. He could hear Anthony pedaling behind him. He felt his heart beating out of his chest as he pedaled like a mad bastard trying to beat the devil. When he had cleared the first 2 streets, he snuck a glance behind him and saw that Anthony was at least 15 feet back. He slowed a bit and allowed him to catch up. As they pulled up to their house, Greg's bike struck the curb and he was thrown from it. He landed hard on his shoulder and rolled onto his back. Anthony came up next to him and bailed off his bike without stopping. He ran to Greg and pulled him up into his lap. They were both breathing hard and tears were flowing freely as Greg crawled up his brother's body to embrace him. Anthony hugged him back and soon they were both sobbing and screaming into each other's shoulder. "Thank you so much," Greg said between sobs. "Thank you for grabbing me." "I love you," Anthony said. It seemed to be the only thing he could say. He was still saying it when a black tentacle reached out from the darkness and wrapped them both into a cold embrace.